I feel like I'm lagging behind in real time. It's really not that great.
Are you lagging in real life?
Tom, say something.
Something.
No, she said
Certain
something.
items don't end people's existence. Lag does. Or do I need to keep going? Or
I was a little on the echoey side, but
oh, sorry.
a little bit closer there, bud.
The echo is contagious.
Move it a little bit closer.
The echo is
There
contagious.
you go. Jesse, say something.
Something. I've fixed my mic.
All right, I can abandon that.
But
and
yeah, I
we can
wanted to
actually
get my
on the
ears
Discord
pointed.
where I can hear people because I can't hear
You're gonna
anything.
get your
but
ears
echo.
pointed? That'd be
I
crazy.
can't.
Huh?
Can't? Why not?
I'm more to be a
Let's
mortician. I'm
see.
more likely to get turned away for a job because of body
Jump on here.
modifications. I'm already
Join
at a
this.
risk with one of the tattoos on my arm.
Oh, jeez.
Like I wouldn't even be able to wear my necklace.
Yeah.
I'd have to have it hidden.
Yeah. Kind
Yay.
of makes sense. I mean, kind of, sort of, in a weird, like.
There you go.
way.
Now you can see me.
Yeah.
Now I can hear you. Okay. Wow. Okay. Let's open the door to the tavern for tonight.
Forget everything you heard.
So, what day are we off this month? I told you guys.
19.
The 19th, I believe, because we
19th.
still have games next session, but the one
A
after we do.
day. A day
so-
this month.
Okay, jumping into the announcements. First of all, we're opening the doors to the tavern, all to your misery. We're gonna go ahead and jump into our announcements right away. We're back next week, and then we're off the 19th. But the weekend after that, we will be back for a Call of Cthulhu game. Place your bets on death count.
5.
5.
Oh no, we're gonna have to sit at the table with at least like what 2 to 3 characters ready to go.
That's usually the standard for COC. 2 or 3 characters.
What was that one YouTube movie? The guys that guy had like 50 some odd character copies of the same character.
Yeah, the really good one.
Oh dang it! What the heck was it?
I don't remember what it's called, but it's actually quite entertaining. But
I'm gonna look up the name.
for those that haven't seen it, basically there's a scene where the characters are like, "We need cover," and he's like, "Don't worry, I came prepared." And he sets 50 character sheets on the table,
I know what movie you're
and then
talking
it cuts
about.
back to the actual like in game, and you see all these bodies piled up like a barrier.
They're all the same character,
Yeah.
all the same bard,
Great.
Yeah.
just
That,
slightly
uh,
different names.
that series shorts is just, it was early YouTube days.
Yeah, I'm
And
looking
they
it up right now. I'll get the
with
name of it. We'll plug it. It was great.
Yeah, it's such a good like show, and the sequel was even good as well.
You know what group should do a TTRPG Let's Play that I would watch the ever-loving hell out of?
Anything but us.
The Muppets.
Hell yeah.
I've actually considered like little shorts where we have Muppets of the characters.
You're going to have to be very careful about that because there's a chance that I just might park under the table and just little fuzzy from here on out.
That'd be funny as hell.
So, let's see. So yeah, we'll have a COC game coming up. It'll be a one-shot, much like the Aliens. I know you guys are you want to know what happens in that game.
I haven't lost any sleep over that game. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bullshit. I know you way too well that you've been thinking about that game since then, like a weird stranger in the night.
Hey, you've
Yep.
been calling me out all week. Fucking stop it.
If you would actually show up, I don't have to call you out.
Are you here right now? This isn't AI me yet.
AI me. Are you like the discount Anakin over there now?
I only mildly hate sand.
Let's change that this session to fully hate sand. Yeah, let's see. Some interesting new movie trailers came out.
I really want to see that one.
Yeah.
Two of them look really interesting so far.
One of them looks batshit insane, and I'm so down. The other one, January cannot get here soon enough to watch it.
And then let's see. We're not going to discuss the ratings of the movie. Those are pretty much a hot take at this moment. But the Joker movie is out. Let's just say that the old DC is keeping its track record.
God, that hurt.
The curse isn't broken yet. So, man, you clear your throat so loudly.
Kind of have to.
Just stand
You
over
can
my
push
body
the
with like
mic
a
to-
bow and arrow
Yeah.
with that last.
See if this helps.
Like, bud. You can also you have free movement of this.
Yeah, you can turn your head. Cough.
You know, like
yeah,
when you
turn
go
your
to-
head and cough.
Yeah, turn your head and cough.
Stop.
You should be used to that by now.
No.
All right, let's jump into this. We're gonna do it with the. Oh my God, what cold open are we doing?
No, why don't you tell me?
Actually, maybe I should open my notes and actually pick the right notes.
Yeah, we just work here. You're the one that does the cold opens.
Fuck.
We're just
thought
the
I just
ones that bring the characters to life.
I thought I just work here and everybody else just deals with my gaggle of nonsense.
You're the one that tells the story for us to do so.
Aren't you guys in for an unfortunate treat?
Why you say it like that?
Okay. So it
Right.
was the gamers and the gamers Darkness Rising.
Yes.
Fantastic couple of movies. They're just so dumbly, beautifully great.
I'm thinking you guys could talk freely while I think. I haven't said mute yet.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen the trailers for the Robbie Williams biopic. Can't fucking wait to see that.
It just looks so stupid.
Oh my god, it
You know,
allegedly based off of true events.
But
I
there's
don't
a
know.
monkey involved.
Yeah, if y'all like Planet of the Apes and Pop Stars.
you know what's crazy is that I'm not huge on biopics. They're very hit or miss for me.
Oh,
The
yeah.
Weird Al one is amazing.
Oh, that one's so fucking wonderful.
And this one is going probably right on the shelf next to it.
Look, when I finally got to sit around and watch the Weird Al one, thank you. Two, I never thought I would say that one of the best movies I saw that year was the Weird Al biopic.
Yeah,
Radcliffe did a great job.
Oh, he killed it.
he's such an underutilized actor in everything
really
he
is.
does. And he always picks the quirky roles, which is amazing.
Oh
'cause
yeah,
it-
no, Guns Akimbo was also fun.
That
That was
movie was nuts.
hilarious.
I love
actually
that
am
movie.
looking forward to it. If
That
a
movie
sequel,
is
if they
really
make a
good.
sequel.
And the soundtrack goes way too hard.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
If you like Guns Akimbo, Jezzy, watch Boy Kills World. It's on Hulu.
Oh, that was a great movie too. Oh my god.
That movie's
I
so fun.
think I've seen that one.
Bill Skarsgård, he's got the voice of Archer in his head as his internal monologue.
Oh no, I haven't seen that yet. That's one
Oh,
movie I've
that
been
movie's
keeping
so
my eye
much
on.
Fun.
It's
It's
Great.
out on Hulu. You can watch the whole thing now.
I'll probably be one to watch then.
Oh, it's such a good
Oh,
movie.
it's
It's
so
such a
much
fun
fun.
movie.
So much fun. And you're gonna want some macaroons by the time you get halfway through. That's
You said
all I'm gonna say.
macaroons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
true. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Good thing I can get those at HEB out here.
And you'll never look at a cheese grater the same again.
I know. God.
Hey, I do that.
I've seen someone happen to, I guess, kiss a cheese grater with their finger.
Yeah. It's,
So I can
Yes, it-
imagine.
I watched a lot of cooking shows, and it's like, okay, on a mandolin or a beef slicer, they always say you got to use the handguard or like a Kevlar glove. But whenever it comes to like a fucking cheese grater, nothing. It's like, fucking, why?
Hey, I got a good one for you.
You're supposed to stop before you grate your fingers.
When I worked in the meat department, you know how you work with bandsaws and all sorts of fun things?
Oh, I know where this is going. I already know where this is going.
You would think that they would give us, you know, a chainmail glove when we're taking the actual saw part off of the bandsaw, right?
That would make sense, yeah.
A lot of places legally they're supposed to.
Explain why we never had one in the entire time I worked there, over a year.
It was
fuck.
in Georgia. That's why.
Yeah,
The laws of OSHA do not apply there, apparently.
not at all. Especially in the hospital. Light fixtures and wires held together with electrical tape and duct tape and a prayer. It'd be like, I'm sorry, Fought, and I know you're listening. It would be like if Fought and Goblin Row built a hospital.
Oh no.
That
my
sounds terrible. I would not go to the hospital. Just let me die.
That's not Sounds like a bad time.
Fuck.
You don't go to Murray Medical in Chatsworth, Georgia. You just don't.
All right. I have made my choice. There is not going to be a cold open this week because I can't decide which one.
Aw.
There's too many fragments that are just, and
Well.
my mood is not helping with it. So, we're going to simply jump into tonight's session.
Okie dokie.
We will. So you guys are sound asleep, snoozing comfortably in the cart. Scabbard, you're trying to sleep, but you're having fragmented visions once again being haunted by is the trial that you undertook. Another night of restless sleep as you stand at the crossroads once more, dealing with the repercussions and outcome of your ordeal. Do a religion for me. Sweet disadvantage.
Oh, yeah. 5 levels of exhaustion. You also have to minus a big chunk.
16.
As you stand there, you see more.
Don't you get like -10 to everything?
Minus 10 to everything.
You need to bring
So
your
you-
mic up here.
Actually
got
got
a
a 26.
Oh, hang on.
Hey, Nate.
What?
Needs to be 3 away. So,
Wrong, not 16. Math is way wrong there.
oh god, his weak point, and doors, and dice rolls. Scabbard weaknesses. The list
10.
goes. 10? Bitch! You're trying to focus on the imagery that you're being presented with that is long walked away. It quickly turning back to the violence that you were seeing in your sleep. And as you're there, you smell like an exotic fragrance that pulls at you. And you suddenly feel a hand on your shoulder. And you turn and you look up and you see Victor crouched down in front of you, and he leans in and kisses you on the forehead. He's like, "My little blood pearl. Restless sleep?" And he just strokes you under the chin. "I will give you a sound rest tonight, away from this dread. I'll see you in the future." And you wake up from your sleep, panting, looking around as the sun is coming up. But you can remove a point of exhaustion. You're like, I don't know if I want to.
like that. I don't like that, Sam. I don't want those green eggs in him.
And as you guys are stirred awake by Scabbard exasperation from being woken up in the morning.
What's wrong?
And a piece of bologna lands on your face.
Where's the rest of the sandwich?
It's in your hand still.
I look at it.
And then a drop of mayo drops in your eye.
Ah,
And it's extra lemony mayo.
it stinks. It stings.
That's a weird one.
Oh, fuck. Oh, what the hell? Try to remember what I dreamed about.
Wisdom. And yeah, you can share with the group. As you wake up, you were towards the back of the cart, Cayenne, and you wake up and you had your own ordeal. You weren't present for the present day, and you're aware of that. But you're woken up by Scabbard proclaiming nonsense once more.
Victor was here. Victor.
We don't use those names, Ricky Bobby.
Well, he was here.
Oh yes, let's just forget that saying his name gives him power, so he can always come back.
Yeah, so that maybe listen to the other deity here and
Something tells me he never actually left.
Considering he was there when you were laying dead and being tried.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Apparently I was the only one who saw him.
Was this already shared? No.
First time you
Something
guys are
that was
hearing
shared
about
now.
What the?
So he was there, too.
it. Magical. mayo.
Apparently you are his love.
I'm so confused.
I don't understand. I
Uh,
thought
what?
the Thought dealt with this.
Cayenne, as you look over at Scabbard, you pause for a brief moment as you miss the previous day, and you can see that his scale, no longer has the floating fragments above his head. They more look like crystalline structure, like rubies, but almost deep dark, like clotted blood red. And his scales are now beautiful ruby, but almost like a blood ruby. The rest of them are aware of it. This is the first time you're seeing this.
Scab doesn't know yet.
Yeah, you
No, you know.
Oh.
Dude, I showed you
Oh,
a
that's right.
fucking mirror.
You did show. Never mind. Scab knows.
Why are you red?
I don't know.
He was always
so
red.
his enemies
Just
can't
redder.
see him bleed.
So then he's continuing. It's pretty funny.
Weird. And I'm
Yeah.
changing.
We're trying to get some brown pants for him too.
I'm red, yeah, but I'm like different red.
He's much more melodramatic red.
Melodramatic, right?
No, like crystal or ruby red. Instead of my usual diamond.
But I thought you stopped eating gems irresponsibly.
I did. But for some reason, I'm still red, but now I'm gem red. Ruby red.
Yes, it's truly outrageous. Nobody get that? Okay, fine.
What the hell have you gotten yourself and us into,
I
Scab?
don't know, but for some reason, he helped me. Which is more
That makes
concerning.
no sense.
Wait, hold on. Helped?
Are you sure this wasn't
Help.
just some weird, lucid acid trip of a nightmare?
I have not been able to get any rest at all since I've been, well, brought back. And the first time, I actually feel somewhat rested. And he was there.
Why does it feel like this is going to be a trick? Because a certain someone's parents decided they wanted to nail a certain sensitive part of him to something.
I almost forgot about that story. Are
And
we going to spend our entire existence cleaning up our parents' bullshit?
one of us may or may not
Eventually, we'll kill everyone. and
have
there
a
won't be
sister
anybody
who
left, and then we'll
works
be
with
dealing with
the
our
ex
bullshit.
lover of a certain dread lord.
Hey, you're a part of the pantheon too, so you're not off the hook on that one.
Yep, I
Too
know.
early for this. It's too fucking early for this.
What was your wisdom?
8.
8. Yeah, you don't remember the dream. If you want, you can check out the sandwich.
Wait, you
Yeah,
had to do
check
a
out the
wisdom
rest of
roll?
Huh?
You had to do a wisdom roll?
Yeah.
Did you add 3 to it?
I thought your paladin abilities were on the fritz, bud.
I don't. Well, apparently they're still working. I don't know.
They're on the fritz.
Okay, so never mind.
Yeah, you want to check out what kind of sandwich it
Yeah.
is? It's a toasted garlic loaf with a roasted garlic and thyme aioli sauce with a toasted bologna, salami, and capicola on it with
Bologna or
Heirloom
mortadella?
fancy bologna, some mortadella. Heirloom tomatoes, freshly done pickles, and pickled onions as well with buttery lettuce.
Fuck, I'd give that a shot.
Anyway,
Break it up. Give a little bit to everybody. And then start looking for the old man.
he's not in the card, so you can assume he's at the actual breakfast place.
Well, I have a movement speed now.
So do you guys leave the cart? You're gonna start working on it as you can.
Well, since a bunch of shit happened last night, I'm going to try to still get Fought to rest for the day. One
Fots?
day. I'm going to try to be in his hair enough so that he stops working for a day.
The few strands that he has. So you bring up the thought.
The thought of Fought, yes.
So you bring up the notion of fought to the party.
Yes.
That instantly reminds you two that Cayenne doesn't know about what you saw with fought.
The man needs to rest. He's so broken.
That is putting it mildly.
You saw it. You describe it. I'll go find him to try to stop him from getting to work. That's where I'm going.
And this is the first you're hearing of this state of thought.
Anyone care to explain anything?
It's a bit of a long story, but sure.
Short story long. Thought has something over him to kind of hide certain scars. And under certain circumstances, hold up goggles, some of us can see them. Right now, he's healing from a new one.
What he hasn't explained is that
'Cause
whenever.
I didn't get there yet.
Okay.
Every time Thought has kind of helped in the bringing somebody back, in this recent case, Scav, some of the, like the last fatal wound, is transferred over to himself. he takes on most of the injuries that he healed from Scab onto himself, which is one of the reasons why he's not exactly at 100 right now.
This is news to me.
Yeah, we just found out.
It's a trait that's unique to clerics and paladins, apparently. Something that they can do whenever they resurrect the dead. Takes a very heavy toll on the body. Spot's been through a lot.
I think we're gonna have to try to do something to fix that.
I owe it to him.
Shit. Did you guys add the skills to your sheet? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mayor, did you add them to your sheet?
At what?
Which,
You told us last week.
I'll send you a message.
yeah, 'cause I'm in confusion.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, Nikolai's already off to go try to
They
catch
should
Fox.
already be on there.
Okay. You can roll your deity one if you want. See what you get for that one. If you know anything about this.
That would, what? That would be under
Let me find.
medicine, yeah.
No. Let me find it real quick. Get on my face for a moment. I'll probably move my laptop over here so I don't. Let me find it real quick.
Where have you been off to?
She's been dealing with God stuff.
I may or may not have had some. Mongo will understand, and he can explain or potentially show you. You might be slightly blinded for a second, but certain threads have been cut
Oof.
that tie me here. And I have been registered.
So you got voluntold into basically another job.
No, more so that I'm full-fledged now.
Can't hide from responsibilities anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Every once in a while, a case comes up and you have to go deal with it.
Yep. I get
Who
to
makes
be
the laws for
Osling.
those that make the laws.
I get to do
There
things
is a
that
god of
Osling
laws.
does. Minus the dead part.
So
The
here in the material,
spooky dead part.
so here in the material realm, you are Cayenne, but there are times where you have to step in and be Bamora.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I go poof. I go poof, or I take a different form to deliver a message incognito.
What's
Fun.
that like?
It's
Things
stressful.
normal men can't understand.
Boy, I'll have you know I have notes for making a potion that'll change somebody's form.
I'm not there. That's me.
Oh,
Just messing around. Sorry.
I'm doing something real quick.
well,
Give me
then
one
I
moment.
retract my previous statement.
Some of the forms feel like
Retract your
second
statement, why don't you?
nature because it's basically kind of like wild shape.
Hmm.
So, what are we gonna do about you know who being around again?
Oh boy.
Piss up
Well,
any and every god and then go piss on his leg again?
Cayenne, refresh your character sheet. and then look at the very bottom of your skill section.
Beep, 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 beep,
I was
beep.
going to say, I could have added it for her.
Huh?
I could have added for her. We could have kept going.
Ah, there we go. I see it now.
So you would roll your deity one, and then add the modifier. So you head off to go find Fought.
Mm-hmm. Try
That
to stop him as quickly as I can from working today.
that would be 13. No.
You
Yeah.
do know a little bit about the subject of what they're talking about, that paladins and clerics that are in service to any deity, the equivalent exchange is that they share the final touch, essentially, the injury that killed them. So if someone was stabbed through the heart, they would have to carry that scar with them. If they were gutted, they would carry that scar with them. They carry that scar as a equivalent exchange for bartering at the table of life and death, essentially.
Okay.
Do a will for me, Nikolai.
A will?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, from what I remember with paladins and clerics, the scars that they receive after they've brought someone back are basically the scars from the killing blow on the deceased. It's a way of receiving something of equivalent exchange because they bartered between the barrier of life and death.
15.
Hi, cheese. You leave the cart and you go out and you start working your way over to where Fought would be, and you pause for a moment and you look over at the workshop and that itch of tinkering starts working, but you're like, what?
Yeah.
And pull yourself away.
Help Fought.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, hi there, bud. Come on.
I see a tail.
What's that?
And now I
What's
see
that?
a face.
Hi. So eventually, I'm guessing you guys all go to get breakfast,
Mm-hmm.
and you guys depart the cart, and you're still eating the sandwich, but you're still really hungry. Delicious sandwich piece,
Yeah.
but it wasn't much.
It's like,
Well,
I
I
wonder,
also
does it,
shared it with all four.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There
Yeah.
wasn't much.
does it
And,
actually provide sustenance, or is it just kind of like
No, it actually
make-believe?
provides. It does provide subsistence.
I'm
Hi.
conjuring real food out of thin air.
I just thought it would be kind of funny. Like it's everything real except there's no sustenance to it. It's just
So,
that'd be kinda
You
funny.
leave the cart, and Cayenne, you step out of the cart and you look straight ahead where basically the kitchen is set up. Outside in this tent. Hi, buddy. Oh my gosh.
Mr. Cheese. Hey, buddy.
And
You can do it.
Cayenne has yet to meet some new people, and you see this lizard folk standing there that's towering like 11 feet tall, and and from the side you can see of her, she or they are as wide as the cart itself at the shoulders.
That's right. Scout hasn't seen her yet either.
Oh. What is
And you step out of the
she-
cart and you see Sally. and you
What
can
is
explain
she
who
based
is.
on?
She's a
Godzilla.
You say crocodile?
yeah. Huh?
You say crocodile?
She's basically a world ender and a large breed of crocodile. So she's like a kaiju fucking crocodile.
Okay.
Almost like a T-Rex kind of snout and head shape. Short,
you s-
flat on front.
Would you say more like a Nile crocodile? Because they get huge.
Not a really long snout. It's more like think of the Jurassic Park T-Rex, like thickness of the head. That's kind of like her head.
So more alligator
Okay.
than crocodile, with like a little more blunt
Okay.
snout.
Yeah,
So-
she's just towering over everyone.
If
And
that's the case,
everything,
I would assume like the
except the building.
Pacific alligator, the really fucking huge ones.
And
Yeah, the Pacific
just-
Rim alligators is basically.
Yeah.
This is
And you-
really
you see
funny.
her-
It's great.
You just see her massive armored tail just behind her and people stepping over it or taking the long way around it because of how big she is. And she's decked out from the neck down in full plate mail.
I guess I would approach.
Yeah, you can tell her who she is.
Nine hells, who the hell is that?
Yeah, she's a bit of a distance away over at the standing in line to get food, and you see the chef just kind of like seeing her up next in the line, like, okay.
You don't want to stay over here?
Who is that?
Big old kitty stretchies. Look at that. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
right. You guys. Oh, right. This is Sally. She's actually really nice.
Do you see Jer standing next to her, looking like a halfling almost, like a human standing next to a giant?
Yeah, after the last encounter where Scav kind of took a very long nap, Gia thought it'd be best if he called an old friend of his for assistance.
For some muscle.
You get over to where Jer is, Sally is before the group, and you see it's kind of a peculiar sight to see. And you see her holding something in her arm, and it's just kind of like a little bit exasperated. You can do an investigation or a perception.
Random bullshit question. How big are her teeth in comparison to him?
Yeah, that's not even a comparison.
Are they about the
17?
same size?
No.
Oh, they're bigger.
Are they like bongo big?
She can probably, if she were to smile, Mongo would be like, oh. What was that?
17.
You pause for a moment as you look up and you stand in her shade, and you're like, you start laughing a little bit. She has fought in her arm that's just like he can't even budge it. He's like pinned there by this mountain.
Huh. Hi, Fot.
And Fought
Hi,
looks at,
Sally.
Nikolai,
Yeah?
I don't ask this favor kindly. Save me.
What do you need saving from, buddy?
Do I hear any of this?
You start walking up and you hear this, and just as he starts to explain something, she turns her head very slowly, looking down at him, kind of at like a sideways angle. You will eat now. And he Pod's like, yes, ma'am. Don't eat me.
Thank you, Sally, for helping. Fot, when you get your plate, let's sit down and have a talk, buddy.
She slides him down the arm very smoothly, like he slides along her armor. She grabs him by his thing and holds him out like a sandwich bag to the chef. And you're watching as Cayenne. She is so large that he gives Fought a plate of food. She just turns around and sets him at the table. She doesn't even have to move from where she's standing. And Fought's like, huh.
Is there a small something I can grab real quick? I'm gonna go sit down and eat with him.
Yeah.
Okay. Grab a
And,
muffin or whatever. Thank you,
And
Sally.
She gets some food and she goes over to the end of the table and she sits down, but the table is like, she can't sit at the table because of how large she is, like just like before.
Yeah.
She has to sit beside the table on
Yeah.
the ground, cross-legged. Like,
And she doesn't mind too much. And what do you think of Sally, Cayenne?
I think this is hilarious.
And even with her sitting down, she's as tall as Jer is.
But all the way on the ground. Still 6 feet up.
So if we ever need to sneak into a place, we can all just fit into her stomach and she can just walk right in.
Yeah. I'd rather
That is
not
a
be swallowed.
terrifying thought.
Yeah, you're just looking over at the massiveness of this, and she's like, you guys all have like different sized plates. She's using a full serving platter as her plate.
Poor
Is
chef.
that just an appetizing tray?
It's like a tray that you would put like 3 turkeys on to serve like an entire party, and she just sets it down in front of her like a normal sized plate.
Still don't think that's going to be enough.
Look up at her while I like slowly hobble by. Like, you are huge.
And she just, it's like this just very casual look down in your direction, and it just, the intimidation rolls over you. Like, just her, like the shade that she's producing is pure intimidation.
Hi.
Go sit down next to Fot and start talking to her.
Go get my food and go
yeah,
sit.
You're able to get plates and sit down, and Fot's sitting there, and he's looking at his food, and he starts eating, and every once in a while, like a scorned child looks over in the direction of Sally. And you see her open her mouth, and you can see that her teeth are like full size. Like if Mongo were to use a short sword, that's basically like her chompers.
So, Fot, we figured out something yesterday thanks to Mongo. Don't mean to pry, but you know me. Just get to the point kind of thing, right? We know that you took on some of Scavard's wounds to do the resurrection thing, and we want you to rest. Please, rest. This is why Mongo, myself, and even Scavard yesterday spent the whole night repairing some of the temple that we figured you would have repaired that next day. So you can just have a day off, buddy.
Fot is just doing his duties.
Yes. We understand, and I'm sure every deity understands.
He looks over at Cayenne. Where do you sit, Cayenne? Do you sit like?
I'm going to be probably seated like next to Sally, like close enough to where I can still hear like full conversation.
Yeah, you would say you'd be sitting directly across from Fot, and then Mongo, you can sit on her right, and then Nikolai, you're right up next to. You go over and you sit down, and
Nikolai could literally
Katie
sit
not
anywhere.
feeling
He could
good.
sit on the table.
yeah, and Jir sits down and he has his food.
Supposed to chew your food, Mongo.
That was pretty good.
How bad
Fot
is
is just doing his services, and that's what is expected of Fot.
But you need to rest, Fot. You need to respect yourself too.
I say that you can't perform your duties to your absolute fullest that you would like until you get proper rest.
Fot raises a finger, but
I've got it.
Fot looks very confused for a
Isn't
moment.
there a
at
god of rest and relaxation?
Fot looks very confused at the conflict that Cayenne just arised. Okay.
You always do your job like absolutely amazingly. But to continue doing that, you need sleep too. You can't
There
you
is a
can't you
god
can't
of-
work when you're tired.
I mean, you can, but it's never gonna be your absolute best.
And Sally just picks up an entire chicken and just bites the entire body in half.
I'm probably not even phased by that because I've probably seen the birds do something similar.
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
And you could just hear her just chomping on the bones and just swallowing the entire.
Is anyone gonna explain where they came from? Who they are? What they are?
Who Okay, did you not listen when I told you exactly who Sally is?
Yes, Sally. I understand.
Friend of Jeer? Ring a bell?
Okay.
After the incident where you kind of took the sandy dirt nap,
It still hurts.
he decided to call a friend.
The friend is Sally.
Ah,
Sorry,
Jeer
I didn't
kinda
realize
sta-
I was being cryptic.
Yeah, I know.
Jeer remembers when Sally took a particularly nasty marauder and stomped them into the sand. It was red that day. Just the thought of her 900 pounds coming down on top of someone with a foot.
So her fighting style is similar to that of Bambi versus Godzilla.
So, Fought, do you agree to take a day off at least?
Shit, what'd he get into?
Huh?
I don't know what he got into. I'm watching the chaos ensue behind the scenes. I'm gonna switch to. What? Can you go peek? Oh, I see what he did. He claimed that. Okay. Yep. Typical cat things.
Okay.
He claimed another towel.
Ew.
Pulled it right off the counter.
It's funny. Yes, Cheddar steals towels from counters and tables and.
chairs. It's also clothes he steals too.
Hmm.
He's a good little
Anything that
hunter.
he can fit in his mouth and drag across the house, he steals and brings it to me as gifts.
Well, it's not like he can run out to Walmart to get you something. He's got to.
Oh no, I love it. It's adorable, but it's just hilarious sometimes getting up and seeing a trail of things outside of the room.
Towels, socks, strings, toys.
A shoe once.
Weighs as much as a shoe.
He tried carrying the big blanket. He couldn't do it. But bless his heart, he tried his absolute best.
So, Fod's like, Fod will rest today per the orders of Cayenne.
Thank you, Cayenne.
I just want to make sure that Fought is healthy, happy, and can continue doing his good work.
And Fod just sits there nibbling on the food casually as the everybody is going about things. And you see Sally just intimidating as fuck watching her eat as she picks up like an entire apple and just puts it in her mouth, and you hear just almost like shattering bone, soft meaty bits. Like if what you're getting an idea of what if she bit into someone's head.
There wouldn't be a head.
And there's like an entire watermelon just sitting on her plate, and she picks it up and takes a bite out of it like it is an apple.
So,
Hey, you guys could talk to Sally if you want.
Yeah. By the way, thank you, Sally. We've had trouble getting Fought to eat. He doesn't seem to always want to.
It is very appreciated.
Sally looks over, watermelon juice running down her giant maw. Direct approach, like I said before.
appreciate the help. Well, I think I've had enough to eat, and I've got a lot of work to do. You got something you need to do, Ace, or you want to come help me, buddy?
Ace looks up at Sally.
Oh, I think Ace is gonna try his luck.
I was thinking to say, I think Ace has a crush.
So you got some lifting to do to prepare that cart, and I much appreciate it, bud.
Sally stands up, her full height. The plate is decimated in front of her, and she motions to you, Nikolai, and she just moves. What as big as she is, she doesn't have to put a lot of effort into moving faster than you. And she just walks over to the cart and she just crouches down briefly and just.
Well, thank you. Hey, you get to work.
Yeah, she just stands there holding it up, and she sits down and she lifts the cart up a little bit and
Just kind of sits there, holds it.
Yeah.
and she's just kind of casually. You just see like look over Mongo as she gets comfy, and you're just still nibbling on your food, and you can see that she pulls her like a bag over, and she opens it up, and she's just casually just with a massive claw just turning the pages in a book that's people size but not Sally size.
That's such a goofy thing to imagine.
It's just a tiny little book.
I kind of want.
Mongo, don't you have like a spell that can make things bigger?
He is mugging that device.
Yes,
Oh,
but it
now
only
he's
lasts
pressing
for a
buttons
little
with his
while.
nose.
Mongo, I appreciate the headbutts and the rubs, but you're
Oh, there
smothering
goes the
me a
microwave
little.
for me. Hi.
That tech belongs to cheese.
Oh yeah. He's just like, yeah, that's mine. All right, let's move that over there
So,
and move that
well,
over
I
there.
guess while Sally's there helping with the card, I'll just talk to her, ask her questions like, how many interesting places have you seen?
She
tell
just
me.
kind of pauses from her book and goes into that like statue-like state that you're getting used to with her.
Uh-huh.
I don't really pay attention.
I'm sorry. What are you reading about?
Poetry.
Poetry? Huh. What would you say about sharing while I work?
She looks over a bit confused and she hands you the book.
No, just read it out loud.
She just looks at you like goes back to reading.
Okay, you don't want to? That's fine.
Clearly, she does not read out loud.
Just trying to, I'm going to be here all day, so I don't want to make this boring for you. I'm trying to find out more about my new traveling companion.
I see. What is the point of learning about me when we're going to depart ways after you get to your destination?
Well, has a lot to do with knowing how to work together.
That's relatively easy. I go up front, you stay behind, and I kill things.
Fair.
Direct approach wasn't a fucking joke. Huh? Direct approach wasn't a fucking joke.
Fair. But I can't necessarily just stand there watching a companion get into a fight and not be there to help.
You will be helping from behind.
I do have a nifty new rifle now. Let's see, that's the point. See, if we get into another fight, it's important to not be in the line of sight so that shots from behind don't accidentally hit you.
She looks over at you, and you can see she's just watching you. Once my services were purchased, a wizard hit me with something called a fireball from behind. It was exhilarating.
Exhilarating. What?
Well, I was on fire, the enemies were on fire, and you know, I like a really good charred meal sometimes.
You know, a lot of people, and I think even myself, would probably say that's probably one of my most favorite forms of offense is fire.
If Mongo was there, he'd be shitting bricks right now.
No, right now I'm just wondering if there's a way that I could kind of tweak the spell grease to, instead of just, pile a bunch of grease on things, if maybe we could just do that with like barbecue sauce, because Sally and Feisty seem to have a lot in common.
And Maggie sits down and he's like, Scabbards,
Yes,
you're married.
I'm aware.
Stop staring at her.
How can I not? She's scary as fuck.
Oh God, is that your thing?
No.
Oh my God, you're like your dad.
What?
You like him large.
First of all, I'm married, okay? Second of all, I can neither confirm nor deny that.
He looks over. Is that why you like time it?
Huh?
His accent is kicking in. Team it.
Oh God, no.
That was just a phase, he's assured us.
Is Jir still there?
Yeah. He's sitting there and he's just crunching on a few leftover bones.
Hey, Jir, I have a question about your friend Sally.
What about it?
Do you know much about, like, her culture? Like, things that would make appropriate gifts as a thank you?
She doesn't talk much about her actual culture. I don't know a lot about it. From what she's rather private. But there are a few things that do stand out. One, they tend to bury their dead at sea.
Okay. I can definitely remember that. That's actually
Natural
very
redirected
interesting.
points.
My sister would actually love to learn about that.
Or the gamma rays, help things.
Each of the things along her armor, the dings and scratches and scrapes and cuts, of course, they're actually considered I suppose, a religious effigy. It's how her kind tell stories.
Okay.
It is considered ill omen to remove them. And when in pieces replaced, you have to use the remains of the old one to create the new one, so the story can continue.
Interesting.
It is an interesting thing that her culture does.
That is interesting. I actually think I want to learn a little bit more from her.
She is a very interesting but rather reserved one.
Well, thank you for letting me know what you have learned about her.
Uh, Gier doesn't know a lot about Sally outside of the fact that she is loyal, she is big, and she knows how to kill somebody very easily. I once saw her throw her sword at least 160 away and slice them clean in half down the middle. It was impressive.
That is really awesome.
Alrighty.
I have a feeling that my sister would actually like to meet her.
Yeah, when you're that big, everything has a throne property.
How does that make
Swords,
you feel,
shields,
Scabber?
Small apartments.
I mean, when you're 12 feet
Pretty,
tall, everything's throwable.
Pretty intense. Like anything that can be thrown weapon when you're that big. But
Your allies.
what if she's like, what is the weirdest thing you've ever seen her throw as a weapon?
Well, we were transporting an entire keg of explosives and a cart full of explosive powder. Someone got the wise idea to try and hurt her from a distance, and she threw the cart at them.
Okay.
Oh God, her and
Just leave it
Nikolai
there,
are gonna
I
get along too well.
She doesn't take acts of aggression very lightly. It's mostly due to her background. It's kind of. I don't know a lot about her deity and her religious culture. It's not like Jews, it's not like the eggs, it's not like the Indian. It's not like them. It's different. Acts of aggression are considered a. It's not reproduction intimate, but it's considered intimate. Friendship intimate, I should say. It is a camaraderie. The violence is when they're kind to meet, they greet each other with certain acts of violence. But it's not in harm's way, but when an enemy does it, oh, that's harm's way, and you don't want to be on the receiving end. All of her people are allegedly raised to be warriors. Much more than Tyr.
Wow.
Well, you certainly have the. build
I
for it.
know who she would get
And a
along
mountain probably.
well with.
Oh, I'm wondering if you're thinking it's what everybody else was thinking.
Oh yeah.
Maybe. A certain looks like a Victorian doll and is itching to get her blades dripping some rubies.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Was that
She was
in or out
very
of
disappointed
character?
when I called her off.
A certain little one. Don't worry, there's a burn pile somewhere.
I believe it.
But yeah, you'll be able to talk to Sally more and learn more about her. It's just that she doesn't talk much about her culture or anything. So you guys eat breakfast, and you see Ajir says something in his native language, some sort of prayer, from what you can gather, regarding the meal he just had.
What you doing, Jer?
Praying to the ones that watch us and thanking them for this meal and letting Jer partake in it.
How does one do that?
Which part?
The entire process.
Well, you consume the meal and you find satisfaction in it, no matter how terrible it is. should be gifted that you got a good meal. Happy that you got your belly full and that you can see the next wind. And you arrange your instruments on there and you say a small prayer and you thank them in that prayer and hope that they don't starve you of your next meal.
Can you teach me how to do this?
Yeah, roll religion.
Fun.
Oh my god.
4. 10.
It's complicated because you don't speak his language, but you get the general motions down.
Okay, let's see if I can do this right. And I take the time and follow his instructions.
You're watching Scav work really hard on this, and here, roll a tinkering to work on the card.
Take a few steps back.
You're sitting on a bench next to Cayenne.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
You get through it, but the prayer is just hard.
16.
16?
Mm-hmm.
I'll
You
have to-
assess the damage. You're gonna have a lot to rebuild.
Yep. I also have to figure out how to make it self-driving.
I'll have
Cayenne,
to,
quick,
uh,
resurrect the camel and have a dead camel carrying it. Oh wait,
Oh,
never
God.
mind,
we,
you
ate
camel.
it. We ate the camel.
We
have to,
ate it
practice
and
that
buried
some
the baby.
And I'm pretty sure
Uh,
Jer is eating the bone, so we can't even have a skeletal camel to pull.
One thing that you do notice, Cayenne, coming from the car is where the baby was buried. You can see a cactus, a desert cactus growing from its grave.
Aw. That makes me happy.
So, what's the plan? What are we gonna do?
We get things moving along, and we get going on the work that you need to do.
What were those orcs that attacked us?
Those were just some of the orcs, as you call them, from the capital city.
Were they part of an organization or just a bunch of douchebags out and about?
The laws of the trial are not very kind. They're from the capital city, the Burning Temperament. They're probably roaming about to see if any stragglers are, going about the sands and not paying mind, and, well, whatever is yours is theirs, per their laws.
I assume fighting them will probably give us some trouble with the capital city.
There's always trouble with the capital. You're not from here.
Yeah, they don't really seem to like people from not here.
That fancy weapon that Nikolai has, the ones that they were using against us.
Probably belonged to some unfortunate bastard that died.
So that's not common here then.
No, the orcs tend to use more primitive method. They're not allowed technology or script or anything. They're kept in a certain state of serve the matriarch.
Good to know. Good to know.
Those that don't deemable for service, they're killed or read to the big bastard that is rather fat up in the mountain.
About that dragon. We won't have to deal with that on the journey, would we?
We're not going that direction unless you want to go meet them.
Nope.
Let's not.
No.
Perhaps
Why
someday in the
not?
future.
Look,
You hear this talks of
one of us already
You're
has
not
a
there.
I
debt
know.
to a dragon. We don't need another.
This sounds like one we could probably do with less in the world.
Scav, if you're thinking about walking up and starting a fucking fight, don't.
Not today, perhaps.
Not at all. You've already been resurrected once. We don't need a
Sure.
second time because we already have to explain this once to Kippa.
I mean,
And if you think for 1 second that we won't give Kippa a frying pan, a brick, or anything else heavy to make her stop you,
we already have a dragon to kill.
exactly, why go looking for another?
Practice.
Practice.
Yeah, just
Does
so
it
you-
concern you that your guys' brainwaves are kind of matching up?
they're sinking.
No.
Ichiro looks over. Just so you're aware, the term orc is kind of considered derogatory towards them.
Oh, what do they prefer?
Well, the native term is the oh my god, my notes are so small. The ossuary. That's what they refer to them as here. They don't prefer orc. It's considered
The what?
ossuary.
Ossuary.
Mhm.
What strange name, but okay.
Yeah, they follow the matron. The matron, rules over them with an iron fist. They kill outsiders. Unless they come to barter, and then you have to barter with the devil people.
Yay.
Sally is probably the most diplomatic with them. You just put them in the ground.
Hard to argue with the results.
So, I am gonna need your help, guys. A lot. I am much weaker than I was before.
Yeah, you couldn't walk unaided, we noticed.
It's a lot more than that. I feel like my connections to the divines have been broken. And I'm not gonna be of much use. At least not until I've recovered properly.
Edgier has a recommendation.
Bubble wrap?
You could just throw him at people. It's never expected.
We have somebody that can do that now.
You know, I may have a spell for that. I gotta crank it up a bit, but
You get some of the tar, you roll it all over him, and you throw him in sharp objects, and you throw him. Benefit, you can light him on fire, too. Nobody suspects that either.
That sounds terrifying.
It's
you're
only
right.
terrifying
The way
until
you
you stop.
scream, that'll scare the shit out of just about anybody.
It's
You know,
only
Jack, you're onto
terrifying until you stop breathing.
No. I think not. That does not sound like a good idea.
Scav, the amount of times that your feet have left the fucking ground, you'd think you of all people would be all in on this.
Every time I leave the ground, something has impaled me, stepped on me, has cut me up, or bitten me.
Yeah, exactly. Now you get to turn the fucking tables on them. You get to leave the ground and cause the damage.
Okay, I see where you're going with this. But I don't know.
Now, could Nikolai turn Scav into a weapon of returning that Sally can throw at an enemy, and he'll just come back?
You just attach
Way
a
to
chain to
make
him.
your brother sound like a fucking yo-yo.
Imagine-
you stand above her,
No,
you go right
hold
back to
up.
her.
I got
What's
another
up?
one. You remember the little geckos in Avatar?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine if you made a piece of armor that spun like that and would make him just spin around.
You are a yo-yo, you just don't realize it yet.
See, now I kind of want this to happen.
It would be so batshit crazy. Why not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's backsplashed by water.
Look, to be entirely honest, we've come up with worse ideas.
Mongo.
Yeeting one of us at the enemy is not really that fucking crazy, is it?
Would you be willing to teach me a bit in wizardry?
Yeah, I've tried. You think it's fucking useless?
Would you like to try again?
Not particularly, no.
Okay.
You'd never like to listen. I've told you I don't know how many fucking times on how shit works, and you usually go off, I don't know, down a sewer killing rats.
That's fair.
To be fair, some rats are good eating.
Oh, no, I'm sure he did eat a few of them.
Yeah.
Scav, do a wisdom.
So if the math is correct, to get the unseen servant to act as a powered train or a treadmill to move the cart at like 45 miles an hour, it's just a 14-to-1 gear ratio.
-1.
-1.
Yeah, that's a -1.
How do I even quantify a -1?
I've done that like twice
Not
with
a
Nikolai.
natural one.
I know it's
Just
not
a
a
negative.
negative one. It's just a negative. Scabbard, you think about the notion of eating a rat, and it brings back a memory, and you can taste it in your mouth when you were particularly hungry and you decided to just eat one of the rats, and you bit into it as you could with your little sharp pin-like teeth, and it was filled with tumors, and the pus just overflowed from your mouth like a water balloon.
Yummy. Extra flavoring.
They're not pleasant. At least not when they're uncooked.
And now cue the Mongo sounds of what Cheddar did.
That's right. It's pretty good.
But that memory, the taste haunts your mouth once again, that you couldn't get out for at least a couple of weeks.
Probably just sitting there like, yeah. Just remembering that. Now, that was not a particularly fond memory there. No. It's a pretty nasty experience.
Bite into a rat and it's filled with pus? Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. You just look done with that thought.
Again, it probably was
So
one of
many
those
fucking
one of
ways.
one of those rats connected to that weird rat bastard.
Not again.
So the day carries on as you're working with Sally, and at one point you're like, you need a wheel removed, and you're thinking about how to do that. She just reaches over, just pulls it off, and you see all the like connecting points go with it.
Thank you, Sally, but now I have more to fix. Stuff needs to be disassembled, not broken.
You head over in that direction, Cayenne. You just see all the pieces go scattering across the ground that was connecting that as she's holding it in her hand, and Nikolai's like, "Ah."
You get the mantis tool to help me gather all the pieces so I can do mending on everything. It's like
I was fixed to say I would quickly help him gather the pieces.
Yep. And she looks over at you and she's like, "It's off."
yeah, but thank you. But can we have a little more finesse next time?
She raises like what little eyebrow she actually has. She raises it and tilts her head a little bit. You hear all that armor move on her, almost like a 404. Or what the hell is a finesse? And she sets the cart down and she stands up, and you see her stand up, kind of, and suddenly you're in the shade.
Thank you for helping me too.
And she walks
Appreciate
past
it.
you and pats you on the shoulder, and she's like, "I'll be right back."
Oh no.
And you see her just head up and head off, and she walks by where her and Tira's camp is set up, and she picks up a few things, and she just heads off into the desert. And you see her just head off, and you kind of see her just shrink down as she just walks into the desert. And you guys have no idea where she's going.
So,
Yeah.
Cheyenne,
Huh.
do you
Where's she off to?
remember a while back we were,
She's
as when we
a
were traveling, there were these large beetles in
person
the
of her
desert?
own free will.
And I noticed that you
I'm
have a
sure
little beetle
she's
friend.
going to go deal with something.
Do you think maybe you could help us obtain one of those beetles to maybe pull the cart? Other than that, I'm going to have to come up with a fancy trinket to get this cart to move.
Take
It's
it.
gonna be really hard, Cayenne. And yeah, Sally
Good.
has left the camp for right now. Nobody knows
I
where she's going.
could try, but it would be increasingly difficult.
So it's just easier to just help me make the machine work magically? That kind of difficult?
It could potentially end badly.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Nikolai sits down and starts to write up the plans to make the cart autonomous.
It's gonna take a while.
Yeah.
What are you up to? What are you up to? Working with a
got
little
those
bit of
fancy new goggles.
Yeah.
Gonna see if the old man wants to help me test them out.
So he actually teaches you something that you never got to learn in a wizard school. And that is basically a magical form of catch. You produce a ball of arcane energy and you're able to toss it like a softball. And you can catch it and you can test distances on spells that way.
Interesting.
Without causing any actual harm.
That's so much easier. The only one that I know that was anything like that has a little bit of a distance, but yeah, it kind of blows shit up.
What are you doing, Scav?
Doesn't even have a fucking name.
I don't really know. I was gonna ask Mongo if he'd be willing to help out with something, train me a bit, but doesn't seem interested at the moment, which is understandable
sweet
given the
cat.
circumstances. I was gonna ask not Mongo, Maggie, but the two of them are doing a thing right now, so Bot's trying to relax, so I don't want to bother him. Can't talk to Sally, so
There is Cayenne.
yeah.
She is a god.
That's my next step, is to go over to where Cayenne is. Make my way over there and see what she and Nikolai are up to.
Chad has officially said the audio is great.
No.
God.
What's that?
Chad has said audio is great.
Oh,
Thank
nice.
God.
Thank you for the
Oh.
immediate
Awesome.
feedback.
It is a vote of confidence.
I'm gonna make my way over to Nikolai and Cayenne.
Yeah, you see Cayenne having helped with things and picked up pieces, and the sun slowly treks across the sky as you're helping Nikolai a little bit, and it's kind of interesting having Cayenne actually involved with helping you some.
What you doing there?
Sally helped.
As you're saying that, the wagon, I don't know, one of the other wheels just.
And as a result, I have more things to fix.
Would you like some help?
Yeah. Can you maybe try your way with words and see if you can procure us some type of beast of burden so I don't have to go through all of this to make the cart work?
I am the worst person to do that right now, brother.
Why?
But I will give it a shot.
Cayenne, what are you up to after you help gather the pieces?
I was gonna go talk to Sally, but she just disappeared. So I guess I'll wait till she comes back. Or see if anyone around the area needs help with anything.
Scabber does. He's pretty useless.
I do need to talk to Cayenne as well, so that works.
The prettiest kitty in the
Yeah,
whole
you're
wide
being
world.
able to test the thing by throwing it back and forth. The piece of arcane. And roll a tinkering for me. You could go do druid stuff with Scav and Toe.
23.
I'll do that.
Go for it.
How you doing, Cayenne?
Go ahead and roll a nature for me.
I'm okay. I got a 24.
Nice.
Nice. So you're walking with Cayenne, kind of moving a little bit away from the camp to see if you can track down one of those critters. And you crouch down, Cayenne, and you find one of the desert plants. It kind of looks like a lily pad, but in the desert. And it almost has like the big roundness of it. You can see like little like edges going out, almost like a flat cactus type of thing. And you kind of twist it a little bit in the sand. You're watching her, and she pulls it up gently. And on the underside, you can see like there's this core that goes down that's almost like a grapevine with all these little orbs filled with. Essentially, they're like grapes, but they're much more like watermelon.
Oh,
Wait,
And
wait.
with your high nature check, you know that this plant essentially gets water between those little ledges or ridges on top, and it seeps down into the plant and fills these essentially berries for water for the long term.
oh. How many did I get?
You have basically a bushel of grapes, water grapes essentially. And the ones further down the actual vine tend to be sweeter. The ones more towards the top tend to be more bitter.
Cayenne, wait.
What?
You didn't ask the desert.
That's right.
Yeah.
I would assume that you would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a given that she would have
Okay.
asked.
Yeah, I wouldn't just grab anything without asking first. I would share grapes with Scav.
Take one and try it. Have I been a problem or a nuisance at all, Cayenne?
You haven't to me.
I burden.
No?
I feel like I should have been there more often for you and everyone else.
Things happen. We all get caught up in our own worlds doing our own things and we just forget. And then we realize later what matters is making up.
I'm just worried that perhaps
That's the best thing to do is make up for the time that you lost.
I'm just hoping that it's not too late for that, for some things.
We're still young. Anytime
Really?
is
Okay. Not much on your side. The
good time.
catch is going pretty easy.
That's good.
Testing the distances.
Yeah, just
Has-
getting used to using that thing.
The ball.
Well, not just the ball, just everything.
The goggles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the goggles, you have to adjust them every now and then to get them more comfy for your head. Watch out for the ears and the hat, but
Yeah.
You were sitting on my mouse.
Do you have any ideas of what I should do to try and fix whatever broken ties I have? Whatever I've done wrong or something?
I think that's something you have to figure out on your own.
Perhaps.
I may
I
have
just-
the abilities that I have, but some things you just have to learn and figure out on your own.
I'm just lost. Tired,
We all,
exhausted.
we all, we've all been there. I know that's easy for me to say, but we've all been there. You just
should
have to take things one step at a time.
I suppose. Let's.
I just recommend meditating on it, praying about it,
I'll give
asking
it a
people.
shot. I'll give it my best. We should probably try and find something that can help carry that cart around. I'm not sure where to even begin looking. It's just desert everywhere we look, but
Distance, you can see sand swirling out the top of dunes and the strange abstractness of the environment, the ground hot underneath your feet as you move about.
I'm gonna try something. Don't know if it'll work.
Last time you tried something, you got hit by lightning.
I'm gonna
Well, if it hits the sand, it could make a cold glass sculpture.
sit down for a moment.
It is very hot on your ass.
I don't care. I'm gonna sit down in the sand for a moment. Take out a. Let's see, what do I have on? Take out the light of laughter. Place it down and use it as a channel. And I'm gonna try and do the thing Jir taught us and commune with the desert to attempt to ask for some sort of sign or assistance.
Go for it. Religion. Watch another -1.
Modified 0.
Or
Or you see him concentrating really hard, Cayenne. Time is passing, but you have patience. And he's focusing a little bit, and he sticks out his little tongue. And you start cackling like you are right now as you just hear.
sorry,
Oh boy.
I can't seem to do it.
It just takes time. You're not going to get it right the first time every time.
Yeah. All right. I guess we're doing this the Well, that way didn't work. Let's try the druidic way. The way that you work best, Cayenne.
High or low, Nikolai?
Just do high.
Okay. So, go for it.
Try what Cayenne said and just meditate for a bit. And
Concentration. Cayenne, you can do a meditation too if you want. But you can use nature.
Lucior, which is an 18. Nature's high tonight.
Isn't it always?
I mean, you're not wrong.
13.
13? You don't fart this time. You commune with nature, but it's more serene and calming to the soul. You can hear the wind along the sand, the absence of the usual rustle and bustle of trees and leaves and things of that sort. It's serene as the heat moves along you, almost like an ocean of warmth, as opposed to the biting cold of Casil. A beauty that you don't normally experience. Cayenne, you being the druid and attuned to nature, you can feel the ebb and the flow of life around here. Some of the bugs moving about underneath the sand or through the sand. Creatures sleeping in their burrows and dens, and the plant life reaching towards the sky, waiting for water or the dusk to hit for water to be produced.
I think I know what Cayenne might be doing.
What's that?
She is going to ask nature first, and then she's going to help out plants with water.
Go for it.
And I would roll basically, that'd be nature or religion or druid logic.
Druid logic, that works.
That's a 21.
Oof. Jesus. So you get up and start following after Cayenne as she starts going about what she's doing, and you start approaching these. They look like the cactus that grow here, like where they look like they're attached by they're like attached like Legos.
Oh, those things look so weird, but they're cool.
Yeah, but they have like these large fans on them that curl up during the day, but at night they kind of sprawl open at night to obtain water, the nighttime coolness and such. And you see Cayenne taking a few of the grapes off of the plant that she had put back, start depositing them into some of the leaves, and where it's like a cone when it's rolled up, and it'll just go down to the bottom and it'll absorb the water. And you start going through a patch of these, delicately doing that.
I will help her out with my water skins.
Mm-hmm.
Pour a little bit there, here and there, to the ones that I can reach.
Yeah, you can do that. And you can see her moving around, and you see her moving delicately through the sand. And you watch a little bit, and you look down at the sand, and you can see these barbs like this long sticking out, and there's like some sort of subterranean plants around that grow with these patches around the outer part. But you can see these barbs, they are almost transparent as you almost step on one.
Oh, watch your step.
You're already aware of these plants and how that their toxin can make you hallucinate and get lost in the desert.
Oh, I know, Scav. I should say that to you. If you were to step on one of them, the toxins can make you hallucinate and get lost in the desert.
That is diabolical. That could be very helpful too, actually, though.
I can ask nature if we can obtain some of it, or
I feel like
obtain
this is
potentially a bulb or a seed.
absolutely. I feel like this is something that might be very handy for Mongo.
Yeah, roll a nature.
It flew away.
That's a
Just
19.
one,
Really?
Yeah.
No, I knocked my glasses off again.
They went flying.
More like tumbling. You're able to use tools that that Scabbard has and gently move the sand away to expose essentially the plant. And using essentially what would be like a fork and a spoon. You gently pull out one of the barbs, and it pulls out the root of the barb as well, which has all the neurotoxin. You can see almost like a sac underneath of it, of like this yellowish cream-colored neurotoxin venom that it has.
Very carefully wrap it up in a leather strap there. And stow it away for now.
Yep.
And then I guess go ahead and rebury the dirt there in that spot to make sure it's like undisturbed.
Cayenne, you're also able to get a seed as well. Another interesting fact about these plants is in the process of actually stabbing someone, they deposit a seed. So when they fall dead, wherever they are in the desert, it propagates.
That's so cool.
It's a parasitic plant. That is awesome.
I'm gonna teach Osling about this plant.
Imagine if one of your mushrooms got a hold of this.
Oh God.
Speaking of which, how are they doing?
Stella has children. Last I checked, there were 13 of them.
Wait, there's more? How long ago was this?
As far as I know, she's had 13. I don't know if she has more. She probably does.
Huh.
And then, of course, Pastafar is recycling minerals.
Pastafar.
Hey, Osling's gonna have these plants in her realm now.
Probably.
Yep. That's where this seed is gonna go. Where I'm gonna make a copy, so I can
Imagine-
grow one and she can grow one.
Imagine those growing around trees.
Okay, for a second, I thought Cayenne said, I'm going to make coffee with these. I'm like, what the fuck kind of coffee are you going to make?
The highest coffee ever.
You know what? Idea.
So you spend the better part of the afternoon and the day with your father, and he's just spending quality dad time with you, essentially. Teaching you that essentially that easy spell. It would be a cantrip. If you want to add a custom spell, it's a cantrip called Little Light. You can also use that as a distraction too.
Oh no, I could totally think of plenty of things.
Yeah, but you can add that to your spell list. You
Hell yeah.
spend time and learn that from your father, and it's something that he learned in school and something he would use to keep busy, essentially, for magic tricks and whatnot. And he sits down and he pulls out a picnic basket and he opens it up. He's like, huh. He reaches in there and pulls out a plate. And he's like, close your eyes. And he puts the plate in your hand.
Okay.
Okay, sons. Imagine what you would want to eat right now. And say it out loud.
All right. What was that brown sugar salmon you were talking about? Because I kind of feel like Mongo would totally go for seconds of that. No. I know what he would go for. That day he got to spend with Lumion, where the three of them went to go get his wand. Lumion first took him over to a friend of his with a place by the beach, and they had a fish thing there.
Oh, that place in the Turtle homeland.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
That is as much as I actually remember about that.
Why didn't you
So-
have like fish and chips, basically?
Pretty
So
much.
as you say that, the smell hits you at first, and then as you open your eyes, you can see almost like an invisible napkin is pulled off of the meal, and you hear a faint, like, service bell ding, and you hear "order up," as that is now sitting on the plate. Takes out a plate for himself and takes out a few cups and hands the cup over to you and some silverware. Juan goes like, "Can I steal this from Dad?"
It's like, okay, where did you find this?
I think it was off of some lord that we actually killed. Oh, pompous asshole. Yeah, I do remember it was a lord that we had killed. One, we were requested to do it, and two, we did it out of morality.
Out of what?
Morality.
He was that big of an asshole. He just. The world's a better place without him.
Yeah, if you want me to get into the details, I can tell you.
Yeah, well,
I mean, he only married his wife so he can have daughters that he can propagate with.
Okay.
you know, the more stories I hear about what the original Obscura did and some of the things that I could see Obscura 2.0 doing.
It lines up an awful.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities. I don't think you guys ever strapped a bomb to a cow though.
Not a cow. Not a cow. Look, Cayenne's mother had a wicked sense of humor, just like her father. She got with Jewel, and they formulated the idea that required Nikolai's father's involvement, along with me having to be involved as well. Let's say it was a full team effort. We were dealing with a brigade of enemies, and we didn't really want to go in and kill them, and Holvar was having the sniffles. Anyway,
Okay, so like when he gets under the weather, does he turn into like the biggest baby ever, or does he just try to power through it?
oh, the worst.
That's what I thought.
But anyway, we formulated this plan, and suddenly it was raining sharks with barrels of TNT inside of them on the brigade.
Okay, the raining barrels of explosive, that we've done. We just didn't have the shark part.
So,
I always knew we were missing that little bit of flair.
so we just opened up this portal. Cayenne's mother used nature, got the sharks together. We manifested the barrels of explosives in them, and they just kind of rained from above. I mean, it was already raining, so it was just kind of like an interesting kind of pandemonium.
Why sharks?
The bomb strapping thing is hereditary.
Like I said, there's more than a few things that are fucking lining up here. It's like, is it really 2.0 or is it like 0.5?
The continuation.
So,
Episode 2.
so you're working away, Nikolai, and you're on top of the cart working on part of it, and everybody's eventually back at camp because it's warm. You and Scaver get back, and you're all hanging out at the cart, kind of helping a little bit with Nikolai on the cart. Do a investigation for me.
All of us?
Yeah, all of yous. Was that a 1?
No.
Oh, what the hell, man?
It bounced out of the tower.
I got a
Damn.
14.
14.
24.
I'll tell you in a
24.
second after I dry this off.
Pretty sure it's gonna be lower than Mongo.
Oh,
I don't know about that.
You said investigation?
Mm-hmm.
12.
You guys are working, and you guys,
Principle of the matter.
you look over, you and Cayenne look over as you see the very unmissable figure of Sally coming back.
No, yeah.
And it's later in the afternoon. The sun is going to be setting in like about an hour, maybe, or so. And as she comes into view, she's walking back to the camp, and she is saturated in dried blood. And you can see a few bits of meat on her as well. And under one arm, you can see an unconscious horse.
No.
And you can see her other hand is up, and behind her, she's pulling a wagon. And she walks up, and she's like, she drops the horse on the ground, and the horse is unconscious. It's not dead. You can instantly tell that, Cayenne. And she drops the rope to the cart, and she's like, she just shrugs up. She just kind of moves a little bit, rolling her shoulders. Problem solved. And she starts walking over to her camp and sits down. And her face is just covered with gore.
That's finesse.
Okay, I gotta ask a question. Is this Sally's way of flirting with Nikolai?
No.
Because we all know he is the ladies' man of the group.
Okay. I guess so,
Cayenne,
yeah.
you could do a nature to check on the poor horse.
It's like,
Yeah.
Why did you sound auto-tuned for a second?
Because I was
That's a-
very nervous. Yeah.
That's a natural 20.
nice.
Natural 20. You go over
Nice.
and you instantly check the horse for any injuries.
She just punched it, probably.
You can see the horse is all completely fine, except
just
that
flicked it.
the horse was probably more than likely decked by Sally, and that's what put it out.
Oh.
Go sleep.
And yeah, there's a full cart there, and you go over and open the door, Mongo, and a body falls out of a dead orc.
Well, Jir will be happy.
Jir.
I was trying to not kill people.
But you can very easily nurse the horse back to health and take care of it so it doesn't startle when it wakes up.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
Sally?
She's over at her little campsite.
Oh, there.
Do you walk over there?
Cautiously.
I'll go with Mongo there.
Do you go over there too, Cav?
Yeah, I may as well.
And
good,
Jir is
so that way
sitting.
if all three of us are in a trench coat, we can come up to her kneecap.
No.
And Jir is there, and he's talking to her, and she has a thing of water, and she's just kind of cleaning herself off a little bit. And you guys approach, and
What happened?
she turns over. She looks over. I resolved a problem.
Are you okay?
Well, I'm
Fine.
assuming so. Do you need help with the cleaning pot?
She kind of tilts her head a little bit, like she doesn't understand.
No. Yeah, I assume there's some mess somewhere that I could just like put on my arm and then prestidigitate it clean to show her.
There's dust on you, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Deep dirty. Clean.
Go ahead.
Start at the feet and work my way up.
So I just want to make sure, Sally, those were bad people, right?
She looks over. Does it matter to you?
Yes, very much so.
They attacked me, therefore they were bad.
And insane. Okay. Well, thank you for your help.
go.
That was definitely more finesse inspired.
Take a look and see all the areas that he's cleaning. Does she have any wounds or anything? No.
Sally have wounds.
Do a perception, Scav. It's a 1. You see Scav kind of trying to look at her, and he gets on his tippy toes and he stumbles backwards, and he falls directly on his ass into the smoldering hot coals of their campfire.
I guess it wouldn't bother me
Ow.
too much since apparently heat doesn't bother me that bad, but still, that's pretty hot. Get up and
Oh no, it hurts.
brush myself off real quick, like,
And you can see a hot coal is stuck.
pluck it out. Drop it.
Well, thank you, Sally.
You can do an insight too.
Sure. Oh, I can try.
You could certainly try.
6.
6? You're too busy being distracted by Scabbard stumbling a little bit.
Okay.
Uh,
He's the one who has the minus big ass number, not
But Sally has provided you with a new cart and a horse.
Yeah.
Cayenne, you nurse the horse back to health and manage to keep it from being startled, and its eyes are wide and it's a little bit wild, like, what the fuck happened to me?
I am doing my best to keep them calm.
You start to calm them down by whatever means you know how to. And eventually the horse calms down, and it looks over in the direction of Sally, and you can see it just tense up a little bit.
Oh,
But
go ahead.
Sally just watches you as you clean her off, kind of like bemused by this magic that she's never seen before.
So yeah, Nikolai will give his gratitude and go to the cart and make sure it's in perfectly working order.
Hey,
Fix what needs to be fixed and retrofit it with the air conditioner.
hey, Nikolai, the other
Yeah?
cart. Do you think we can salvage whatever's there for like resources?
Yeah, I totally am. You think I'm just going to leave it there?
Cayenne is
So-
going to, after talking to nature first, she's going to essentially druid craft kind of lean to for the horse, so they're at least in some sort of shade.
There's a large overcrop that they've basically like tent section here down below, where you can take the horse to.
That's where I'll take them.
Yep. This poor, beautiful, spotted brown horse has had a rough day.
I'll take them to a place of some relaxation.
Do a nature.
Hopefully, Scav won't make us run
Nature
this
or
down to
animal
death.
handling.
Nature.
Nah, it's your turn.
It's my turn.
Or Mongo's.
15.
You start to take care of this horse. Now you can roll the animal handling.
26.
Oh my god. Fucking nuclear numbers over here. You start to take this horse down there and take care of it. And you examine the horse to make sure it's completely okay outside of its probably minor concussion from being decked by Sally. But you can see along its backside where essentially the saddle would end, where the orcs have carved runes into the actual flesh to mark it.
No, I refuse. We're just going to magic eraser that. Absolutely not allowed.
Not allowed. With that, we're going to get to our break, and we'll be back in 30 minutes. let's go. We are back
Are we? Are we back?
to the future.
Which primarily takes place in the past.
So picking up, you have worked for the better part of the day. Roll me a tinkering, please, Nikolai.
Modified 20.
Nice. So you've been working for the better part of the day. Eventually, the night comes, and you find yourself drawn to the campsite where the rest of the family is hanging out with Cheer and Sally as well. Having brought food up from the dinner to just sit around and enjoy each other's company. And tell stories here and there, and
Okay.
the campfires being stoked every once in a while by either, Maggie or Jeer. And, yeah, you can talk amongst the adventuring party.
How close did he get to finishing the project?
With being provided a fresh cart, it was easy.
It was easy. You basically just replicate what I've already done.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh,
So Nikolai comes walking into the camp with an aura of accomplishment about him. Chest
You were,
puffed out, all happy and proud.
Cayenne, you were able to get with Bot and do a restoration on the poor horse. You made an exception to his day off except for that one thing.
Yeah.
But table is yours to discuss things.
Thanks to
Just-
Sally, our new friend.
No, you can just move it away.
We have
You see, it swivels.
we have a new, totally functional cart with a working cooling system already.
Hey,
and resources to work with too, I assume.
way to go,
Nice.
you two.
Oh. Cayenne and I found this, Mongo. I figured it'd be something that you would probably put to use.
Don't
Yeah.
prick yourself on it, please.
Might be the last mistake you make if you do.
What? What are you giving to our brother there?
I pull out the leather strap there and carefully unfurl it, and you see like this translucent barb with a big bulb on it. This is well, it came from a plant. It's very, very, very toxic.
Well, it's not as big as you think. I mean, it fits in. It could be a little sword for Nikolai.
But this has a very potent poison in it. Cayenne could probably explain it a little bit better than I.
Please do.
Essentially, this is a parasitic type of plant that thrives basically in dead bodies, but the real thing is if you were to, say, plant these around certain trees or certain plants that are something you want to protect, this barb, this plant is basically armored with a hallucinogenic toxin that can make you wander off and get lost.
All right. Yes, don't prick yourself with that.
And
Mongo.
very gently hand it over to Mongo.
See some potential in this?
I figured it's something you might like.
You might
Yeah,
be
fair
able
enough,
to
yeah.
tip darts with this or even make some kind of compound that could be used in a drink.
Hell of a fucking drink.
Well, I'm sure
You
with
never
enough-
know when you might need to use it in case diplomacy decides not to
Fails.
work.
or if you need to go on one very epic spiritual journey.
Mongo's version of lidocaine powder.
So,
No, I was just thinking, if we had this, like, depending on how potent it is and how much I'd have to use, hit that big bastard that took you out beforehand, and all of a sudden they just kind of wander off lost.
So, Deer and
Take out
Sally.
the alchemist kit and safely tuck it away.
You're able to do that. Put it into essentially a glass jar after putting like a little cork on the tip of the point.
Is Sally kind of sitting around the campfire in her usual stoic nature?
Yeah, she's just sitting there like a statue, just not really looking anywhere, just kind of.
I'm going to move around the camp till I get a good angle on her. I want to draw a picture.
How
Well,
long have
in the
you,
camp.
you two been
So
traveling
you want
together?
her to just kind of sit there and draw it like one of her French world enders?
I mean, she is statuesque.
Yeah, she doesn't move around too much. She
Yeah.
just kind of. So you ask that. She doesn't answer, but Jer pipes. We don't really travel together. We just kind of meet up with each other.
Okay, understandable. So acquaintanceship that you two happen to be like close though.
We're both mercenaries and sell swords. Professional nuance. But we'll consider each other friends, or she wouldn't do a favor for me.
Hell of a favor.
She's getting paid. You could just imagine how much it is to keep that belly full.
Well, Sally, if there is anything that you do need, let us know.
Injir looks over. Did you eat well? Sally just nods a bit. And you guys can do all of you can do an insight on that.
Oh no, any chunks of meat I
Was
probably
that?
would have just knocked off
He's
when I
destined
was
to be.
kind of cleaning,
I was a 12.
but not trying to
12.
get rid of. Is this insight you said?
Yeah.
19.
10. My highest roll of a fucking.
At least you haven't had a -1 tonight.
-5.
Fucking. How?
I have really fucking bad insight, and I'm still rolling negative numbers.
You have a higher insight than I do. Not by much. Just one.
So you guys get kind of try to look a little bit deeper into what Jer was getting at. You realize that she probably tore those orcs limb from limb with her own mouth and ate half of them.
I mean, that tracks.
Yeah.
That their last memory was being food for something much bigger than them.
Rolled a 5. -10.
A gust of wind goes across your back, and you instantly think it's Victor giving you a gentle visit, unsettling you deeply.
No. Bad touch.
Bad touch.
I need to know what he wants.
Did you say that out loud?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Who knows? I suppose the only way to know is to ask.
That sounds like a bad idea.
You say sounds like a bad idea?
Yeah.
Why?
I
Don't we
mean,
usually want as
I
little contact with
technically.
that fucker as possible?
I mean, you can go knock on his door and ask.
Oh yeah, I could. Can also meet in a place of total neutrality.
And that would be the best option because in his realm, most gods don't have any power, especially good gods.
Mm-hmm. And there's no telling how he would react to me.
Yeah, but in order to like stop being bothered, we need to know what is wanted. And if it's something that can be provided, we can provide it and say F off, right?
Yeah, I think what he wants provided is him. A very pleasant little plaything.
How does that make you feel, Scav?
Very uncomfortable.
What did you do, man?
I don't know. Something happened in my sleep, I guess.
Why does it feel like it's almost like Gav has been chosen as the price to pay for what our parents did?
Maggie's like,
Was there anything else that you guys did to him? Oh, what's his name?
Anything
Aside
we
from, you know,
took,
no.
denied.
Shut up, Nikolai. Normally, from what we understand, he doesn't usually flirt if it's for payback. He's usually a lot more, I'm going to murder you in the night. Only fucking Maggie.
this feels like somehow connected to what something you guys did.
It sounds like Kippa has competition.
Why are you looking at me like I didn't fuck him? Obviously you might.
Hello? You guys nailed the Dreadlord's balls with a silver stake and punched a hole into his realm.
And
Wouldn't you think
And
he
what?
perhaps might be just a little bit spiteful?
Okay, well, who exactly drove the stake?
Yeah, who's the one that actually drove the stake?
Yeah,
Good question. Good question.
God, this is going to get so deeply uncomfortable. It's funny. So, who's the one who actually penetrated Victor? Because I'm thinking now Victor wants to
it was
penetrate.
Tyann's mom.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
With
Who's the
this-
one that called the beam of light that punched through his realm?
We've already been over this. Look, she used a war giant's hammer and smashed that thing into the fucking ground.
So what?
Suppose the only thing I can do is ask, what does he want? I don't think it's a good idea without...
Look, don't just play nice with him. Once you guys go on your little field trip, then we'll worry about that. You have to learn to organize your problems. That's not a now problem, that's a later's problem.
It can become a now problem really quickly if he decides to keep
Gab,
fucking
I
with
have
us.
an idea.
He can only influence outside of his realm. He can't metaphysically hurt you. The
That's
most
good to
he's
know.
gonna do is you're gonna wake up wet one morning.
Well,
I
no, he's been
can-
physically touching me in very uncomfortable ways.
Scav, until we get to a point to where we're not traveling and we are stationary for a little bit, to where I know I have a point to come back to. I may have a way to speak to him in a way that's completely neutral.
It's got at least a day's worth more work before we can hit the road. And Scav is just messed up right now, so.
If you want me to, I can try to pop out.
Diane, would you like to commune with Victor on neutral terms?
Only if Scav is okay with this.
Yes, let's do it. I'd
'Cause I don't think I can take him with me.
No, you can't. Not to where you're going.
I'm okay with this. I would like to know exactly what is going on. As, as insane as it sounds, I kind of don't really have a choice. My oath has kind of forced me to help both the good and the bad.
For now, help out with things around the camp. I have to go to a place to where you cannot go.
Understandable. Cayenne, be careful.
Safest place.
Looks like I'm going on a field trip.
Yeah, it's easy.
Going on a store, convenience store run real quick.
Let us know.
Roll
if you
your
need any help.
general godliness there, Cayenne.
And that would be under deity logic.
Yep.
That is a 7.
Can
You would
bring
have
Ace with you
advantage
just
on
in
this.
case?
This fought is present. For those playing at home, we have added skills to our sheet for when we don't have something that fits a specific dice roll called a logic roll, based off of the class, or in this case, a special thing, where it's a generalized roll for the situation to use the logic of their class to figure out something essentially. So if tinkering doesn't work, you can roll artificer logic or wizard logic and such.
Mm-hmm.
With advantage is a 17.
Okay. So you look over and you just see some sand swirl, and Cayenne is no longer there.
Offered her to take Ace with if she wanted to.
She can't.
Okay.
It's only deities. So you pop into the divine city. The beauty of it suddenly refreshing compared to the harsh desert.
I would imagine so.
And you're able to go to essentially a waypoint and a request section to set up a meeting with another deity.
Be interesting for that to be your job. You send the messages
Okay.
between deities.
I'm going to try to get a meeting started with Victor. Try to meet him at a place where it's like we can get like a snack or something. Talks typically go better with food, okay? Food or at least drink of some kind.
Yeah, but his food is person.
Okay,
It can be provided in this city.
yeah,
There's plenty of people
he
that
can
eat
find
very
sustenance of
interesting
some
things.
kind. He can get an espresso.
So you pop into the Divine City and you go to the area where it would be, the message would be delivered, and you see one of the beings there, and they look at you and they're like, hello, Cayenne, or Pomora.
No,
Yes, how may I be of service to you?
I'm needing to set up a meeting with Victor.
Oh, the Dread Lord. The god
Yes.
of dread. Ah, I will get that arranged immediately. And it's just like this being where they don't look natural. If you were human, you'd be very unsettled. They're very, almost like a general purpose type of a angel, for better terms.
Mhm.
They have multiple eyes, multiple hands. They look disturbing as all hell. And you see them just illuminate. And they're like, go to your place of choosing, and if they accept, they will meet you there. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. You as well. And I'm going to find the most appropriate place I can think of that would serve Victor.
Investigation.
That's a 16.
As you're wondering about, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and as you turn around, you can see the one of the other members of your pantheon. You can see the headdress coming down into a fine point with the plumage of beautiful black feathers, and the feathers around her made of her gown that sprawls out into black feathers, her pale white skin and pure black lips as she looks at you, and she's just moves a little bit. If you're going to meet him, you're not going to meet him without me present.
Oh, hello.
And you instantly recognize it as the Lady of Ravens, the messenger and carrier of your pantheon.
It is so good to see you.
As to you. And you can see behind her, kind of almost creepily in the shadows, is her divine servant of Dandelion.
God, I
And he-
wanna hug Dandelion so bad, but that's so unprofessional.
And he just kind of slinks off to go do her bidding, and she walks with you. And so why have you called a meeting with that wretch?
Because he seems to think that my brother Scabbard is his love. I don't know much outside of that, but apparently when Scabbard lay being judged, Victor showed up. But long before that, in his sleep, Scabbard signed a contract to him. So I'm just trying to figure out why he is wanting to have hold of my brother.
He has a weak point for Victor. Victor's already dealt with him at one point, has he not?
Yes, and a friend of ours basically
The
told
cleric
Victor to
fought.
leave him alone.
Ah, right. Well, we will see if he shows up. I'm sure he will. He likes to be punctual.
I had only seen him when he had kissed my brother on the forehead as he lay dead, and I was very confused. I just want to know why. Because my brother keeps asking, and I would just like answers.
You go seeking answers from the Lord of Dread, you're not going to be happy with what you find. I do find it intriguing that he is meddling with the affairs of those outside of his people in his realm. Of course, well, his people spread the message of dread, or we wouldn't have dread in the world. As much as he is a cockroach of the gods, his services are needed.
I just wonder why he's acting in a way that's benevolent rather than a malevolent manner. From what my brother Scav had said, ever since he had been brought back, he hadn't been sleeping. But when Victor met him in his dreams, he awoke completely refreshed. So I'm definitely extremely confused.
You guys eventually arrive at a place and head in, and you see a beautiful area with many golden chandeliers above, made of crystal, divine floating magic items, beautiful black marble tables in the floor, white marble with gold and silver and other precious metals, and booths that are plush and beautiful, like almost unbearably
Gaudy.
extravagant. But you know where you're at and why it's like that. That the gods are showing the most that they got.
Yeah. Cayenne just still feels out of place, like, okay, this is fine.
This is fine. Everything is fine.
Yep.
And you see one of the back booths that Victor is already there.
Of course. I'll be respectful and approach.
He stands up and he pulls the seat out for you, taking a gentle bow.
Thank you, sir.
And he slides the seat in with you and doesn't do the same courtesy for your comrade.
His ex-wife.
And he sits down and there you can see him just kind of like this like unseen like laser beams going between each other.
If one could wish the other one to not
I
exist,
think-
they would right now.
I think Cayenne would probably be trying to resist the urge from doing like this. Like a mom who's completely just fed up.
And as you're sitting there, a mage hand brings you a fresh salad and a glass and fills it full of essentially the nectar of the gods.
Okay.
And you can see that your comrade, she's served essentially what would a corvid would eat. And Victor has a goblet of blood, and Victor's like, "You summoned me to a meeting? I'm not complaining, it's fascinating."
I just have a couple of questions as per my brother. And I wanted to meet on neutral ground rather than being rude and just intruding.
Oh, if you came into my realm, I would devour you alive.
I would have no doubt of that, as I know that no other deities have power within your realm.
And I'm sure you would be delicious. But that aside is the other affair that we need to discuss.
I'm just curious
How
as
is
to.
my little flower doing?
I want to know why.
You're so infatuated.
I'm just confused as to if your interest in my brother is a game that you're playing, or if you had a change of heart. I just want to know why.
He sets the goblet down and I have a very easy offer to make available to you. It's a simple offer. And it's one of the rare times that it is a fair offer. Part 1. I get Scabbard for an entire 2 months to myself. in my castle, in my realm.
Mm,
Part 2. You guys and those that you serve receive something in exchange that is very important to you. Far more valuable than Scabbard.
You know, part of this is poetic justice.
there are terms to this. I know there are.
And now it's
Do you want to know what that object is, Femora?
I don't want to know what the object is. I want to know why and what is going to happen to Scav in those 2 months.
Oh, he's going to be pampered and loved like he's never been loved before.
I just I'm confused as to why.
He escaped me once. He's quite adorable and useless.
Fuck.
And he would make a wonderful little servant to call for those 2 months. Once that is over, he may return back to you.
What,
So now you have 3 months of
Wait,
servitude to greater beings.
He's just infatuated with a kobold, apparently.
Excuse my terminology. So, to get this right, you want to use my brother as a fleshlight for 2 months?
Oh, that makes it so much worse.
And this is part where the stream gets really uncomfortable, people.
Oh no. Fuck.
He's like, the terms are for me and him to figure out.
So, I'm taking that as a yes. Essentially.
He won't succumb to any harm. I will keep my wives at bay. I will keep the horrors of the night at bay, and he will be safe.
Don't. Like legit, I'm like, I keep forgetting who in the fuck I'm talking to. You
Play it out, dude.
you don't find it as if he would be cheating on his wife as he is married?
Does it matter?
As I said, I forget who the fuck I'm talking to. So why did I even ask?
Say yes, it would matter.
So, do you want to know the other part of the bargain as to why?
Yes, actually.
It's a trade. A certain person that you are dealing with has placed a reliquary within my castle. It is guarded. I want it gone. In exchange for you getting that and me killing the servants that protect it, I want 2 months with Scabbard.
Fuck. It's actually worth it. But fuck.
Oh,
Fuck. It's so not a good thing. Fuck.
Everybody has a price.
oh. God, so damn. Now I kind of want to like. Can I take a rain check on this? Schedule another meeting, talk to you, and talk to my brother, and see what he thinks about all this.
You're
I'm
a
like-
divine god. You can make the choice.
My question is, if I were to decline this as I am unsure, as I would need to speak to my brother, what does that mean?
He sits back up and he takes a small sip from the goblet. Then you will enter my realm, and you will fight tooth and nail to get to my castle. And I will rip Scabbard from you. And what is ever left of you, you can deal with the reliquary.
Okay.
I can just see. So, Scav, I figured out what's going on, and well.
Fuck. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, the answer morally that I know for a fact makes the most sense. He would say yes. It's not gonna be pleasant. It's gonna be difficult. Probably not. But the answer's yes. Because it furthers our goals. But fuck.
Exactly.
Your comrade, she speaks up quietly. The offer is sound, and he's not hiding any cards.
I just feel wrong for not including Scav in this conversation.
She looks
But I
over.
understand he can't be here.
She looks over at you and she's like, "You're a divine god. He's immortal. We make choices for them all the time, whether they like it or not."
I know, but I was him once. I'm still adjusting. I hope he does
Well,
not hate. I hope he does
can I
not
share a
hate me
thought?
for this. I really hope he does not
Okay.
hate me for this. As my comrade has stated, it is a fair offer. I'm sure that if Scav were here, he morally would not object to this, as we would need to be there to deal with this on our own, as it is part of our own goals. As we have an issue we need to deal with. Okay, Victor.
He stands up alongside you, takes your hand and kisses the top back of it gently, and then he sets a black rose in front of you. The offer is struck. Thank you, Cayenne. And he heads off. And he pauses for a moment. You'll be granted protection within my realm to fulfill your duty. After that, I ask you to leave once it is done, and I will return Scabbard to you in 2 months' time.
You have my word. We will leave when work is done. You have our word on that.
He nods and he heads off, and you're left sitting there at the table realizing that you've made your first divine choice on a soul.
Resisting the urge from just headbutting the table in half.
Wait, something's amiss.
That
Something feels wrong.
That just feels wrong. It just feels wrong.
My theory was that Mustachio Rurik was involved, but wow! Yeah, we thought Scav was traumatized before.
Like, legit, it feels wrong not having Scav in the whole process. It just feels wrong.
So,
Does this mean Scav can bump up his constitution 1 or 2?
So,
Scav, do you
your
lean over to
charisma
Nick
goes
and I
up.
say, I don't feel right, Mr. Stark?
do you finish eating and then return?
Yeah.
You guys are sitting around the campfire, just talking, joyously sharing. Maggie's sharing some stories. You guys are sharing some of the nonsense that you guys did.
Did I
If
get the
I'm
blender?
able to, I want to pick up at least
Sleight of hand from you.
some small thing to give to people.
Yeah, you can pick up little trinkets.
That's what I'm gonna
And
do.
you can take Scav his rose.
Yep. I'm going to have a conversation with him when I'm back.
The rose doesn't really smell like a normal rose. It smells almost like nightshade.
Mm,
That's not a good thing to
Of-
smell.
why? Because why wouldn't it? Because why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it?
But you're able to pick up a few trinkets for everybody. And Cayenne, you see her walk out of almost like a swirl of sand, like materialize. And she's just rubbing the back of her head and...
He's probably
And
about
she-
the same shade as Osling right now.
She comes walking over and she's fairly pale from... and quiet and... confusion are painted across her face and concern.
She's back. Cayenne, are you okay? You look more pale than normal.
Welcome back.
Well,
Maggie's like,
hmm,
oh noes.
What happened?
21.
Yeah, you're putting on the final
Vic,
details
what?
of the sketch.
Victor was nice. I don't like that.
That seems somewhat worrisome.
Apparently, there is one of Mustachio's factories in his castle.
Oh,
Motherfucker.
Oh.
How the fuck are we supposed to get it there?
Pull a page
Well,
out of her
you
parents' book, I guess?
Wait.
First of all, Scav, this is for you from Victor.
Take a look and see what it is.
She hands you the black rose that smells like nightshade.
So,
What does this mean?
I am not telling Kippa.
you really can't tell Kippa about what I'm about to say, and this is serious, like, all jokes aside, because I feel completely dirty with the whole fucking meeting and Scav not being there.
Cayenne,
it feel
what is
wrong.
going on? I'm scared.
You get to go on a 2-month retreat to the realm of dread with absolute protection from anything evil in Victor's realm.
The
Fuck?
fuck?
So,
I mean, it gives you plenty of time to, like, study the whole realm and everything with your whole, like, path that you've taken, I guess.
I suppose.
here's the thing. I asked Victor why he's been treating you the way that he's been treating you. Part of it is because of the refractory that is in his castle with undead guards that are protecting it,
Of course.
and he finds you adorable.
The fuck?
Uh-huh.
I looked to Maggie.
Right, he just shrugs.
Look to everybody else.
So, to give me, Nikolai, Mongo, and you protection in Victor's realm to deal with this refractory,
Phylactery
to get
is the word you're looking for.
phylactery. He wants us to get rid of it for him because apparently he can't deal with it. There's protections against it, and we can deal with it. have apparently to give
It's-
us
it's
protection,
round
you
and,
must be
You can just kill us. Like, what did you say?
basically a pampered pet to Victor for 2 months, living in
A
his castle.
What?
Maggie's like, he starts laughing maniacally. That's horrible, but that is such a good offer.
He legit.
Oh, no.
So, to give you the seriousness of how honest Victor actually was with this deal, ensuring your safety and no harm coming to you or us when we go deal with this phylactery, the Lady of Crows and Ravens herself was there with me in the meeting and stated that he had no hidden cards.
What do I know about the Lady of Crows?
She's the farrier of souls. She's the
Eh.
one that collected your soul.
Angie's. If I remember right, she's the ex-wife
Wow.
of Victor.
She is. Victor's own little trauma kobold.
Emotional support kobold.
I am very, very shooketh.
Hey, Mayor, you'll get this one, and I just put the two connections together. Victor is Lestat, and poor little Scabbard is Lewis.
Oh, fuck.
So, according to this little bit that I read about Nightshade, if it's the poisonous one, that flower has no scent, really. But if it's the night blooming jasmine one, apparently it's extremely strong perfume smelling right now.
Yeah, and you actually nick your finger on the rose, and it just seeps into the plant itself.
Apparently, you can smell that plant from 500 feet away.
Fucking A.
Fuck.
So,
So he. Well, I.
Fott's like, a deal struck between two divine beings. That's a first to witness for Fott.
yep.
Huh.
Okay, I'm confused.
I
Why
am
can't-
not entirely upset. It is for the better good of the world.
He flat out told me in this meeting that if I had have showed up in his realm unannounced or just interrupted entirely, he would have eaten me.
And it does keep you all safe.
Which tracks, but why can't the Dread Boy just
Get rid of
wave
the
his
thing.
hand and move it? Or,
Like, why does he need us to do
yeah,
it?
why do we have to go play Exterminator?
He
It's possible
stated that it is protected in a way that he can't even touch.
Maggie's like, they're kind of like fixed points. So, the abomination that is the reliquaries, the housings, while the guards that protect them are mortal, generally speaking, you can't. It's a fixed point in the realms. Once it's placed, it's protected and kind of out of sync. You can't just move it from the realm. It has to be destroyed.
So why can't he destroy it himself?
You can't use darkness to destroy darkness.
Oh, that makes sense.
If Victor is the Dreadlord,
So this is assholes like prime storage point. You'd have to be crazy to go in there without extreme protection, permission, and the Dreadlord himself can't destroy it.
I
How the
accept.
fuck did it get there in the first place?
He probably just fucking went there.
I'm gonna do it. It's needs to be done.
Diane, you already know he doesn't have a choice in the
yeah, I
matter.
don't think you have a choice, brother.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maggie's like, two gods kind of shook on it. You don't have a choice.
I mean,
He
off
flat out
yourself,
said
I
that
think
if
that's
I
all you
had
can do.
rejected
So
him,
that's gonna work.
that none of us would have protections if we went into his realm. We would be subject to any of the horrors of the night if we went to try to deal with the phylactery otherwise.
So part
And
of the
you
deal
would-
is
You would be ripped from us anyway.
so part of the deal is we go there, we knock on the door, we say, "Hi, we're here to clean up your problem." He says, "It's over there." He takes us there, we clean up the problem, and we GTFO.
That's the gist of it.
Essentially, yeah.
Playing exterminators for the Lord of Dread. All right. Okay.
Jira's like, I don't know anything about the Lord of Dread or anything like that. But Jira is amused by the story. And Sally, she's just been sitting there like a statue the entire time, not even budging an eyebrow or movement or anything.
Kip is gonna kill me.
Get in line.
Pippa will completely understand.
It is to deal with the phylactery.
Maggie's like, Kippa's she's an empress and terrifyingly tactical.
She's already told us that if she needs to sacrifice us, she will. So, yeah, I think she'll be fine with the choice.
Well, Scabbards, looks like you're gonna have a fun field trip.
He
Yeah,
did
drink.
say he did say that he is, and these are his words, he's going to make sure that you are pampered and well taken care of.
I need a hard drink.
On it.
Take that how you like, but he was genuine in his words. In his own creepy way.
I'm gonna start making Scabbard a drink that's gonna make him require at least 2 to 3 con checks.
Alright.
I'm going to
Roll for it.
say this. The whole process did not feel right without you there.
It's fine. It's part of your duties.
I don't like it.
And I have
It feels
total
wrong.
faith that you made the right choice.
I had to do a lot of internal debating.
Walk over and just like gently like tap her for a moment, like Kaya. It's okay.
11?
It's for the greater good.
The greater good.
Oh, God, I forgot.
For the greater good.
I'm gonna start giving out trinkets.
Okay.
I'm giving Scav his first.
What is this?
It's an peculiar. Make notes. This is important. I'm not gonna repeat myself.
Okay.
I will go to my own notes though.
Ow, fuck, that hurt. Ow.
As she hands it to you, you can feel the divine magic that it's born from Scabbard. It kind of a warm feeling in your hand, and it just ripples throughout, getting cooler as it spreads throughout your body, sending a chill through your body. And you instantly know what this is. It's a gift of a forgotten small dragon god. Their holy symbol.
This is a holy symbol.
I
They
saw
for-
it and thought you might like to learn.
This is
You
one
haven't
of the
used your book in a
forgotten
while.
ones.
And this could be a way to bond with Vought more. He might know.
Pot looks her up the holy symbol. Ah, Fox never seen that symbol.
Well, let's see if we can't reignite an old flame.
He goes over and he's like, "May I?"
Absolutely.
He licks it in your hand, and he just kind of like jerks up. He's like, "Ooh, petrified. It's thoroughly charged. Made
Did
your
he
hair
just-
stand up."
Did he just lick a supercharged 9-volt battery?
Essentially, yes.
Thank you. I am gonna take some time to see about figuring out who this belongs to.
Might be a new door open for you.
Let's do this in a bit though. I'm gonna let Bot keep on exploring this.
Nope. Now is Fox exploration. My tongue is numb.
What do you think about it, Bot?
Go all Jar Jar on this.
Good, bad, neutral?
I'm not sure. Maybe test it. Cayenne, you move on to Mongo, and you present him with this gift. She takes it out, and it looks like a martini glass, and she sets it into your hand. The same kind of effect that Mongo got. It's almost like instantly identifying, and you're instantly familiar with it. It is a martini glass that can change into other types of glasses for mixed drinks.
Oh.
It is made of pure crystal that can't shatter.
Indestructible glass. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
The
I
divine
know
realm
how
is
you like to
wondrous.
make different types of drinks, and this could open the door to many other different types of recipes.
That is true. Some drinks you do actually want to serve in a stem, others not so much. Heat transfer from the pause and all that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Nikolai, she
Okay.
approaches you and hands you a small cog that fits in the palm of your hand.
Small cog.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just like the others, it self-identifies to you.
Okay. Small cog.
And you kind of turn it and you see that there's numbers on each of the ends of each cog. And you kind of turn it and look through it.
Okay.
Almost like a small, like, meditation.
Okay.
And as you get done, you kind of feel a bit inspired, and it provides inspiration once a week.
So once a week I can get a point of inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
And it is made of, you don't even have to roll for it. It is made of the purest gold that you have ever seen.
Oh, wow.
The edges of it are inlaid with pure platinum wire. And the numbers, somehow, this is a miracle of some sort. Looks like someone poured crystals into the carvings of the numbers to fill them out.
Alrighty. And you said the edges were platinum, right?
Yeah.
This is beautiful, sister. Thank you. So
I
come
figured that
and-
this could be helpful when you're working.
For sure.
Because I know
will probably use it
sometimes
tomorrow to fix my machine.
I know sometimes your mind wanders and you need a little bit more help focusing. I noticed that you make more coffee than usual sometimes, so figured that this might help.
Thank you
A
very
little
much.
better, at least.
Oh yeah, I got an 11 on trying to mix him a drink.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
I've got something for that. Hmm. So you do like a dirty margarita mix, and then you add gin to it, lime juice, and a little bit of plant food coloring to make it green. And you hand it over to him, and you look in the glass as he hands it to you, and you can see it doesn't slosh, it more so gloops.
I'm gonna look at the glass and then look at him and look back at the glass. And then I'm gonna take it.
Constitution.
And...
You may need to chew this.
Oh, fuck. Well, natural 20 to 3 minus 10.
Oh my god! You see Scaver just fall
Then-
backwards
and
start
then-
snoring.
Don't want to give him alcohol poisoning. I just want to get the paladin drunk.
He's just laying there unconscious now,
Fair enough.
crumpled like a sack of
Zero.
sad potatoes.
My constitution is 0.
I will carry Scav to where he sleeps.
Easy
And
enough.
I'll make sure he's positioned to where if he vomits, he won't aspirate.
Well, there's an air-conditioned cart now.
You essentially put him on a hammock facing down. So if he throws up, it just goes straight to the floor.
I think Scav would actually be comfortable on his stomach when he sleeps in a hammock.
Yeah.
It's a very comfortable position to sleep in.
The evening carries on quietly. Maggie's like, that's a hells of an offer. That's a one for the history books.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just very, very, very confused still. I'm so confused.
And you're asleep, and Victor's gifts start of a pleasant night's sleep.
Yay, I can start removing exhaustion.
I wish to present Sally with the little gift I made for her. To
Tell her how to get
I
her
think.
attention. She's just sitting there.
Yeah. Walk up to her and I guess tap her on the ankle.
She looks straight down at you, and you suddenly feel like a mouse being looked at by a predator.
Hi.
And
I hold up the little portrait of her.
she grabs it between two claws and brings it up and looks at it.
And I've also, since she was reading a book of poems, I put a little poem on there for her as a thank you.
She turns it over to the back.
No, it's actually like
Oh.
written on the image.
Oh,
A kind sentinel, unwavering and still, shoulders bear weight with an ancient's will. Silent strength etched in every line, aligned to the stoicism of a mountain's hymn divine.
and she reads
thank
it.
you.
I can't believe I just typed that into my tasks.
And you can see what would be assumed a smile.
How creepy would that be?
It's not even like, it's barely like a crack of a smile. And she gently rolls it up and she slides it into her armor to be protected.
Thank you for your help today.
She just nods ever so slightly and just goes back to that stoic resting position.
Yeah, that's all.
Like the environment is not even just bothering her. She's just sitting there like, I'm chilling. I'm just vibing. And Jer is,
I got it. It's not as bad.
huh?
Now that I can start removing these, it's not gonna be as bad.
Being able to move by yourself is not bad, huh? Did you get completely rested?
Not complete rest.
Oh, okay.
It's just when I hit the long rest, based on the Victor's Gifts thing, I can actually start removing exhaustion points now.
So, as you sit around the fire, you see Jer. He takes off his outer cloak, and you can see the old bird for what he is, essentially. And you see him moving, and he is also seeing into the night sky, dancing before the fire, some sort of ritualistic storytelling that's familiar to his people. You guys can jump in anytime. You can jump in anytime.
Well, got all the drink making kits out, so start making everybody.
Start
a
handing
drink.
out drinks.
Yep.
Heck yeah.
What kind of drink are you making next?
Cheers up next.
All right. What are you making, Jer?
No fucking clue.
We'll come up with something.
Could just ask him what he would like.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was gonna do.
Well, he's just putting on a show right now.
Oh, all right. Since
Kind of
he's
almost-
thinking. I guess I'll start with Sally then.
Yeah.
What's your favorite drink, Sally?
She looks over and down at you. Water.
Water.
The
Simplicity.
warm fluids of my enemies as I devour them.
Bloody Mary.
Did I hear Mongo ask?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do like this and be like, come here, come here, come here.
What? Okay, the blood of Annie's like, okay, Bloody Mary, that's all I've got.
I had an idea because of what she said.
What?
It's a little unorthodox, and you are free to tell me no.
Unorthodox seems to be our MO, so shoot.
What if she were to receive the warmth of a friend instead?
Look, I haven't heard of that drink.
I'm no stranger to scars. I can donate.
I'm not getting this.
Maggie comes over and nudges you. She's gonna donate blood.
Actual blood into the Bloody Mary.
Yes.
Now the question is, will Mongo do it as well?
Yeah, we kind of owe her, so we all probably will. You know what? That cart came back with a few bodies, yeah?
It did.
Some of those bodies may still have some beverage material.
I mean, yeah. We're making cocktails worthy of the Dreadlord, I guess.
Put some more blood in a cocktail. Here you go, blood of your enemy.
Break off one of the bones. I mean, you got to garnish a Bloody Mary with something.
Usually, like carrots and celery. Yeah, sure. Drain every
Oh,
last
my
bit of blood
Lord.
out of the corpse. Put it in a 55-gallon barrel.
Dude, I was already planning to hit this thing with enlarged. Like anything
I
else that manga would have, it's just like, okay, that's barely a shot.
I
for
I
her.
I can help you harvest materials by using a regular dagger that I have.
Yep. Okay. This is where we're going. Okay. Be right back.
Me-
Gotta get
If
some
it helps to make her drink.
supplies. Yeah. God, you know what? Gia would probably also like this too.
That thin bone that's in the arm has a stir.
Could you
So you
imagine
guys
if
start
we
do a do
Well,
a
if she's
warrior
big
team.
enough, it's probably a femur.
You can pull out all the bone marrow and it can be used as a straw.
foraging? That would be
Mm.
investigation.
Yep.
Rolling to find blood in a body.
I got a modified 20.
Holy shit.
What'd you get there, Cayenne?
I got a modified 20.
What a
I
top.
got the natural one.
Nice.
got a
Telling you,
natural
Tom,
20?
You just have to make a character that does everything just total bullshit.
I thought I did. You remember Mark 3?
Yeah.
I tried
Damn,
to
you left me
build the
hanging.
best fucking farmer I could, and then because he needed a fucking summer job, he became an adventurer for a little bit. Hey, that's what I gotta go with. Okay. Trying to be a fucking wizard. Can I cast a spell? No, but fuck, can I mix a damn train?
With orc corpse.
So, so you,
Recycling?
so you start formulating this drink and gathering the components, and you're really on the vibe of this kind of weird monstrosity of a cocktail, and you pause for a moment as you are looking, foraging one of the corpses, and you kind of see firsthand the carnage that she can do. You assume at first that the person was cut in half, and then you look a bit closer and you realize that they were just bit in half.
Ah,
And you see something that was tucked into the orc's band on his side where he has his leathers and such. Huh?
It's not a picture of his family.
And you take it out and you look at it. While it is stained with blood and it is slightly damaged, do an Arcana with advantage.
Fuck the thing I'm not good at, apparently.
Hey, don't fucking behave.
Better 15.
15?
Not bad at all.
This looks like it might possibly be a scroll of the dimension door.
Nice.
So, yeah, I'm working.
Heart rate. So you get back and you do a 50-50 blend of blood and tomato juice, and then you add in, oh my god, that is an absurd amount of this drink. So it's 1 liter of vodka, 1 liter split between tomato juice and blood, half a cup of horseradish, 1/4 cup of hot sauce, 1/4 cup of Worcestershire sauce, 1/4 cup olive juice, 1 tablespoon of celery salt, 1 tablespoon of black pepper, garlic powder, and onion powder,
What the fuck monstrosity?
This is literally a Bloody Mary.
and half a cup of lime juice and lemon juice, 1 whole celery stalk, or bone in this case, 1 whole cucumber, we'll substitute that with an eyeball, 1 whole carrot,
Finger?
finger, 1 whole green olive, oh, that
That's
could be
the
the eyeball, 1 tablespoon of cayenne pepper,
I mean,
1
there's certain
tablespoon of
things that the
sriracha,
cucumber could be, but we don't want to
a
say that.
splash of dragon fruit syrup for flavor, and a habanero muddled.
Muddled.
You're just watching Mongo make this drink and it's assaulting your nose.
Yep.
I think I'm gonna have to mix this with fucking face gear on. Make sure I'm not burning up.
Yeah, you finish muddling it and mixing the drink. You're just kind of holding it a bit away, and unfortunately, him holding it away is like closer to you.
How big is this fucking thing?
Out 2.5
Just
liters. From...
Yeah, it's essentially a giant punch bowl at this point.
Well, we're gonna get it in front of her. I'm gonna cast enlarge on it.
You're not gonna be. Are you gonna sit it on the ground first?
Uh-huh. Look at me holding that thing. I can barely hold it as it is. Punch bowl I could practically go swimming in.
Like, yeah, it's literally like, what is it? I think Kroger had the Big K, the 3-liter bottle is a Big K. That's literally what it sounds like, that with Mongol carrying it like this.
Yeah.
So you cast enlarge on it.
Oh yeah.
You make it enlarged, and the smell is even stronger now.
Based off what you told me, I tried my best. I sincerely do hope you like it. If you don't like it, you don't have to keep drinking it. I won't be offended.
She looks over at you, approach Sally, and she looks at you and, I don't follow.
Drinkies.
You see the 404 connection?
I made you a beverage.
Ah. She looks over to it, stands up to her full height, walks over to the drink, picks it up with little effort, opens that mouth, and you can see all those sword-like teeth of hers as she pours it all into her mouth. And when
It's basically just a shot to her.
oof, on top of her constitution, she has a natural 20.
Doesn't phase her.
She lets out a belch, and you just get all those flavors suddenly in the air.
There's probably chunks of milk stuck in her teeth too.
She just kind of, warm, enjoyable. And she goes and sits back down, back in that stoic position.
So now we know she likes real blood Marys.
Tyr looks
Sit.
over. That's a thank you from her.
Sounded like it.
She looks over and she's like, we don't have that word in my culture.
Oh.
That sounds familiar.
Would Nikolai have heard this?
Yeah.
You said you liked it, right? It was enjoyable?
She just nods ever so slightly.
Then a more familiar word to say thank you would be, this was appreciated.
I mean, I'm pretty good with enjoyable.
Huh?
The point I was trying to make it enjoyable. So.
Yeah, yeah. No, I was just trying to find her a word to use for the next time.
She just kind of like goes back to that relaxed position.
I don't even want to know how much alcohol it'll take to get her drunk.
I'm pretty sure Holvar and the others would try.
Yeah, Holvar and Coin would definitely try to get her drunk.
Don't
I
get
think-
Coin into this.
I
She's
think
tiny.
Holvar would have so many questions for
She's
her.
already tried to get into a drinking contest with Holvar and didn't kind of almost make it through. So no.
So, you're gonna make a drink for Jir now?
Yep.
What are you basing his drink off of?
No idea yet. Gia,
Ah,
what's your favorite kind of beverage?
oh.
Hoping it doesn't take a lot of orc blood because I think we may have used all of ours. Oh, you know what? I better take some of that
If
dough,
you're
man.
speaking of, well, the spirits kind, the only kind Jir has had is from half-full glasses and whatever is left over in the barrel from the barkeep.
Was there any one of those that you particularly enjoyed?
Jir's not picky, or Jir gets whatever blessings he gets.
Have an
You're like-
idea.
Ask
One
her,
that
Manga.
would be perfect because it would be refreshing and cooling. What about a grasshopper?
Oh, Mongo could make a grasshopper.
I think.
But I would
Con can make a
call it
grasshopper.
something different that's not nature related.
Grasshoppers have a lot of mint in them, and I imagine Mongo's made about every fucking mint drink.
Oh,
possible.
you're gonna love this one. This is significantly more appetizing than the last one. Roll your sleight of paw.
Highest roll of the fucking night. 15. Second highest roll.
You work with
20.
Cayenne to get the ingredients together, and also Maggie a little bit. And you put this drink together for Jir. 1 ounce of cream de meth, 1 ounce of cream de cacao, 1 ounce of vodka, 1 ounce of cactus juice syrup, half an ounce of fresh lime juice, ice, and a pinch of salt.
That actually sounds pretty fucking good.
That could be pretty tasty.
Mhm. I would drink that.
In a cocktail shaker, combine the cream elements, the vodka, the cactus syrup, lime juice, and ice. Shake vigorously for 15 seconds. Strain into a chilled martini glass. Garnish with a pinch of salt on the rim of the glass and a sprig of mint. And you can see that Jir is sitting with Maggie, and they're just kind of talking back and forth. And it's kind of interesting listening to them talking back and forth because of how different their accents are.
Yeah. Already made him pass out. Making something coffee flavored for Nikolai because I know that's his favorite.
Cool. I guess he'll start to work on the Reacher Magica tonight.
I said coffee flavored. I'm not getting you hyper and drunk. And then, if I remember correctly, one of Cayenne's favorite is the strawberry daiquiri.
Yes. Anything strawberry.
Is Gav's
And you
new
got me
battle
sold.
cry "No means no"?
Damn.
You know what I think that Nikolai may actually like would probably be either a mudslide or an espresso martini.
So do you give that to Cheer?
Yep.
He takes it. A gift from you.
Least we can do. Everything you've helped us with.
He fishes around a pocket and he hands you something.
No, I'm not charging or anything. It's just my way of saying thank you.
This is how we do it. A gift for a gift.
It's your way, okay.
Yeah, it's a little like wax packet of something that's been tied closed with twine. Not very heavy, but it is a little like round, like almost golf ball size.
But it is clearly meant to be opened.
Mm-hmm.
Open it.
You open it and you see this too, Cayenne, and it's this beautiful pigment of a deep, rich purple with almost a pearlescent green made from various leaves in the desert.
Oh,
Wow. It's a dye pack? Or
It's just a powder to make a dye.
oh. This is beautiful, thank you.
Ah, as to you. You can add that to your pack.
And then okay, Maggie, your turn.
Maggie's like, a drink for me.
Mm-hmm.
Nikolai first. Save the old man for last.
Make yeah, like a mocha martini.
Oh my god, Nate would fucking destroy
Dude, I would love
this.
to have one of those, man.
And
Those are
So-
espresso martini are
delicious.
pretty damn good.
So this is a
Heck, yeah.
drink that's called the Mechanics Mudslide.
You feel fucking called out there?
A little bit, yeah.
A robust and flavorful mudslide inspired by the world of mechanics. 1 ounce of vodka, 1 ounce of Kahlua, 1 ounce of Irish cream, 1 ounce of cold brewed coffee, half an ounce of hazelnut liqueur, half an ounce of simple syrup, ice, and chocolate shavings.
Oh, that sounds so delicious.
Few things in there. It's like, nah. We'll stick with what Jeer had.
And you put everything into the shaker, shake it up, serve over chilled rocks,
Yep.
and garnish with the chocolate shavings. And Mongo hands you this drink.
Thank you, Mongo.
Strawberry daiquiri for Cayenne.
thank you.
Can you roll sleight of paw for me?
No.
6.
I would say at this point, I'm not just trying to slight the dice. You would have advantage because you've been working at this for a while with Maggie's help. And
It's
Cayenne's.
also one that I know I've made before.
Yeah.
That's better. 12.
You do you see him do a twist on the strawberry daiquiri, or you Cayenne. It's 2 ounces of strawberry vodka, 1 ounce of fresh lime juice, half an ounce of simple syrup, half an ounce of grenadine, ice, and strawberry slices for the garnish.
Fuck, I would try that.
Nice. Thank you, Mongo.
Now you get on to Maggie.
Mm-hmm.
He motions and he comes over and he helps you with a drink.
If this is gonna taste like swamp water, so help me.
It's like, why? Oh my god. So you work with Maggie to put together his drink.
I really just need to fucking start a spreadsheet for overbearing
it's-
drinks.
It's 1 ounce of tequila, 1 ounce of mezcal, sorry, half an ounce of jalapeno infused syrup, 1/4 ounce of lime juice, a dash of Tabasco sauce, and a pinch of chili powder for garnish.
Alrighty.
What the fuck did my father make?
And he just starts sipping at it and sits down. And then he gets back up and he comes back over. I'm making you one.
Okay, could you send me that one?
The one I just told you?
Yeah.
I have all these in a list right now.
Still want to try to making the melting an ounce gentle oasis beverage. That one didn't sound too bad.
Oh, you're going to love this one. So he rolls up his sleeves, and you don't see him do that often. He shakes out his little paws. And he starts mixing a drink for you. And you're catching the ingredients, but you're a little bit behind on catching them. So he gets 1 ounce of vodka, 1 ounce of Boo Carousel, 1 ounce of lemon juice, half an ounce of simple syrup, a splash of elderflower liqueur. And he mixes it with the ice, and he garnishes it with a gummy. It looks like a little gummy cat paw.
I would try that. I would try that in real life.
I think we would all try that one.
Doesn't sound too bad. Sounds interesting.
Especially if you do the if you do elderberry instead of elderflower, and you also add a cranberry. Do both of those as a syrup. But you would use the syrup to actually line the glass with before you put the drink in.
I still remember the Rainbow Bright drink, about how potent that was.
Yeah.
I had that at the other location, and it was nowhere near the awesomeness that it was at the original location.
Yeah.
So you're presented with that drink, and you all sit around the campfire.
Yeah, give it a shot.
I'm pretty sure it tastes delicious.
Probably, yeah.
And you can tell your dad's mixed drinks before, just like you, that it runs in the family.
Except his are weird. The ones he likes.
Hey man, you gotta know your audience.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta tailor it to the person drinking. It's like the one you got, pretty sure you would love it. Me?
Heck yeah.
Probably not.
Actually, it does sound really good.
I'm just throwing something at the fan here and see what I get.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, this one would be... it's the same one we had before. Some interesting things there.
Yeah.
But you guys enjoy your drinks into the night and eventually find yourselves to bed and whatever rituals you do. And as you leave the campsite, Mongo, you look back and a little tipsy from the amount of drinks you've had at this point.
Probably.
You've had a few of them and samplings of others. You do see that Jair and Sally are going through their nightly rituals of what they deem as their religion. And you realize that giant sword Sally has actually comes apart into two swords. It's not just one sword.
Well, that's cool.
And she moves those and she puts them both into the sand and places the shield between them, and you don't know what else is going on. She's doing some sort of ritual. And Jir seems to be bowing to the earth itself and praying to the fire. You don't know what is going on there. It's just what you see as you head off to bed a little tipsy. Your vision blurring briefly.
Yeah.
Cayenne, do you head off straight to bed or do any rituals?
I think Cayenne's ritual would basically being more one with nature and roaming through the sands nearby the camp.
Do a nature for me.
I got a 22.
Nice.
22. You roam through the sands, enjoying the beauty of it, the stars above, and the vast sky with no clouds to be seen. And the stillness of it, no wind blowing. You can see the flora and wildlife sprouting to life in the evening at its opportunity to essentially get what little survivability in before the dawn comes. And you hold out your hand to feel the slightly cooler air, and this strange large moth lands on your hand briefly. Its wings completely transparent, its body fuzzy. And it just rests there for a moment with like these really long curving antennas. And it moves across your hand some, taking a small rest. And as it flutters off, you can see briefly what you think is the moonlight reflecting off of it, but it has little specks throughout its wings that illuminate almost like a glow bug.
That's really cool.
It's serene and more quiet than you can ever find in a city or even a forest.
Lumion would enjoy this.
And you instantly think of him. Do you just go to bed and get a good night's rest?
No, I mean, especially since Nikolai's borrowing that workshop of Maggie, so make sure that everything's put away and clean every night. Go through that. Do his little thanks to his divine friends for the outcomes of the day. And then, yeah, we'll go to bed.
Imagine Nikolai's prayer to Garl is a lot like cleaning the tools.
Kind of, yeah.
Nikolai, the Vin Diesel of the family. Talk about family.
I feel like when Nikolai makes a prayer to Garl, it's done in the same way as if he were speaking to Cog.
Yeah. Yeah, just
Like casual.
just casual conversation, yeah.
I mean, I don't think the god of Tinkery would have any other way.
Yeah.
He's not formal.
Yeah.
And
Quick prayer to Ceiling Cat.
go ahead, religion.
That'll work. modified 20.
Do that prayer.
Shit.
You dug this hole, now lay in it.
Or get buried in it. One of the two.
Yeah,
Well-
probably.
While Cayenne's out in the serene, she's gonna tell the Lady of Crows thank you for being there at the meeting today.
You don't get a response, but you're sure she hears it. She is a part of your pantheon, so you guys have a much more direct connection to each other.
Yeah,
And then,
it's still always good to say thank you.
yep. What's your prayer?
Don't you wish you had my monologue powers right now?
I just wish I knew what I was getting into when I said I was going to do this. Thank yous for all the creativities. Appreciates it. Made some good drinks for people. Allowed me to show my appreciation for them. And I'm realizing I need to find more about your pantheons, your friends, with everything that's happened.
It's getting to be dark times ahead.
As soon as I can get to a library or anywhere with writings, I'm looking you up.
You hear a phantom cat bell off in the distance somewhere, like you got pawed by a cat. Yeah, it kind of a sign that the prayer might have been heard. Scav, you have no dreams, nothing, just a rest.
And just the rest. He's like, thank God.
Nothing.
One of those nights where you just blink and oh, it's day.
That happens a lot.
If
Been
I see
fortunate with a few of
Mongo
those.
be before I go to bed, I'm going to tell him that his deity is always welcome to visit me in my realm.
You're standing on the steps of the cart before you head inside, and Diane catches you and tells you that information.
Next time you talk to Ceiling Cat, let them know that they're always welcome to have an enjoyable nap in my realm. I can always make a good shady spot for them.
That sounds
Or
like
Sunny.
total chaos.
Well, you know who Ceiling Cat is and how they're always at work of cleaning up problems.
Well, at least they're responsible for cleaning up their problems.
I don't know if it's their problems or if it's somebody else's problem.
It's a cat.
But
They caused it.
I don't know that. So the morning comes and each of you awaken in your own way, and you wake up, Scav, and you're like, "Oh my god, I slept." Oh no! As to who gave you a good night's sleep.
I appreciate it. And I get up.
And you eventually all start coming to. The smell of breakfast infiltrating the cart and the campsite, almost aggressively waking you guys up with your stomachs now growling.
I can actually move better now.
And the thought of food quenching the alcohol in your bellies is strong. Cayenne knows that feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Been there,
Oh.
done that, for damn sure.
I think everyone.
I know
here
that
knows
feeling
feeling.
way too well.
I
think
need to
me and you
eat
both
something
do.
now.
Oh yeah, I remember that one morning we woke up and we craved carbs. So many carbs to get rid of the whole hangover.
Waking up from
Yup.
partying and it's like someone's.
Oh, we had so much
mentioned
alcohol that day.
Something about carne asada fries, and I'm just like, yes.
So you guys find yourselves over to the campsite, and all the researchers have already gotten their food, and Sally is sitting at her usual place on the table, and you look over as you go by, and you just kind of are all collectively like, this poor fucking chef, and you see this half-eaten pile of bacon and sausage that is as tall as you are.
That's a big
Mongo.
pile of food, man. Holy crap.
And that one platter just covered in over easy eggs.
Nice.
And like 2 full watermelons, whole oranges, and apples still with the rind and everything.
Love over easy eggs.
And you pause for a moment. You see a barrel next to Sally, and you realize it's a barrel of water, and she's just picking it up and setting it back down.
Yeah. A 55-gallon drum.
And the chef's like, at least she's easy to cook for.
Don't have to
Eat
come
just
up with
about
anything special.
as long as it's in a sufficient quantity.
So, you guys get your breakfast, and the chef outside of the request for more food. He's like, is she leaving camp soon so that we can go back to a normal amount of food in the camp?
She'll be leaving with us.
Right. And you're each presented with something very unique.
Okay.
They're a mixture of pancake and egg, more of an eggy type of pancake, but it's almost like a breakfast pasta served with over easy eggs on top, diced up sausage and bacon on top of it. And then around the outer rim, you have nice deep golden brown hash browns. And then over the top, you have salt, pepper, and shredded cheese.
That sounds pretty tasty.
Fuck off. Do you have any idea how quickly I would destroy that?
But
Okay,
each
one,
of you
I
are...
love breakfast. 2, I love pasta.
And you guys sit down with your plate of this unique creation.
Write that one down.
Write it down.
Write it down.
Go.
Do it.
Oh, she is loving that.
I know.
So there were egg noodles?
They're egg pancake noodles. So, sit down with Sally, and Jer's looking at this food like, oh, what is this fanciness, this strangeness I have before me? You guys eat so strangely here. I don't understand the complexity of the food.
Well,
It's different.
the chef is serving very sophisticated people.
Some of them, yes. Some of the researchers very... I mean, don't get me wrong. They're great. They're wonderful. But, yeah, they're used to the... very much the finer things in life.
Jer's not familiar with this food, and it's respectable. I will not turn it down, as it is a gift from the people above. And you guys sit down with a juice, but it's layered. So you have like one juice, another juice, another type of juice,
Huh,
another type of
interesting.
juice.
That'd be fun to see.
And it's all super fresh, the juice for you, Cayenne. It's like it was just made like today. Highlight of your meal.
Would
I'm
be
sure.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Like you'd have to, every juice would have to have
Different
a
consistency.
lighter, viscosity as you go up. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
It could be
Well, that
done
and
for
also
sure. Yeah.
there's a technique to pouring
Yeah.
as opposed to just
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
because the force of that would also create
Yeah.
kinda a bit of a mixture.
Yeah, but every juice that you would put on top, it would have to be a lighter viscosity
A
than the
little
one
bit, yeah.
below it. Yeah. It'd be interesting, sir. Could imagine like the first one would probably be banana.
banana juice.
Yeah, because it would be probably pretty thick. Very
Ring,
thick
ring, ring,
viscosity.
banana phone. But you eat breakfast and Sally is eating like a fucking savage.
What would be the most appropriate way to
Mhm.
drink such a juice? Is a
Carefully.
straw?
I'm pretty sure
or
Cayenne is just
pour
picking
it?
up and just drinking it.
Oh yeah.
And
I
the morning
imagine
plan-
it. I imagine it's one of those drinks that's like sweet and tart. So it starts out tart and then it goes to sweet. So all of like your tropical fruit juices first, and then it starts to go to more sweet fruits like apples and
you're probably right,
strawberries.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And just sitting there eating, and Maggie's like, "Ugh. It's good. Good foods."
So how long are you going to be here, Maggie?
I'm looking after thoughts, so I'll be here a little bit longer, and then we'll return back to Casil as our services are needed there. I have a lot of retirements to do.
You considered trying to teach at the school?
He looks over at you.
A mind like yours could definitely put the world into like incredible heights.
He sits there and he kind of leans over and he's like, you know, we're actually sitting down with a proper bards and historian bards and such. And we're working on a proper story of our generation of the Obscurus.
Good.
But we had a meeting, all of us, old members, and we kind of came up with something that we need to do. And we're each writing our own book on us.
Yeah.
It's difficult because we have to face a lot of demons. Rights and wrongs that are going to change history.
Mhm.
You're being metaphorical, yes. You're not actually going to square up with some again.
Or retired. But some peoples might come knocking if they're still alive.
We might have continuous employment.
Well, there's one thing I learned is that no one and nothing is perfect. We've all made our own mistakes. Some more than others.
We've made a lot of mistakes. I mean, we got to see the current age start. We got to see the ley lines break.
That was like 100 years or so ago, wasn't it? Holy smokes.
Weaves has been around a while, longer than most get an opportunities to watch the worlds change.
Yeah, and don't like most people like not make it through a cataclysm?
I mean, the ones in the Five Kings, we were prepared for it, and it wasn't a full-scale one like the Black Tusk.
What exactly happened there?
in the Five Kings. Various historians and wizards argues about what actually happened there, but allegedly, a Cayenne. It's gonna be weird to you. Two competing deities seem to have converged on the same location and nearly split the realm in half. It was stopped. There's a lot of folk tales about how it was stopped. And the aftermath created the New Age.
What's the most common tale that you can tell from that time?
Very large individual laughing maniacally. He's first into a mold in a big ass stick of dynamite.
Heroic adventurers from across the realm gathered together and faced the issues there. We sure as fuck didn't. We weren't there. We were on the other side of the ocean, dealing with our own fallout of the event. Look, when you're just in a pub and suddenly you're dealing with a gelatinous cube, essentially, of dragon heads breathing fire and other elements in every direction, you kind of have to hop to action to help save a few people.
Yeah, suppose so. A fire-breathing gelatinous cube.
It was all sorts of shit.
Have you two ever encountered anything like that before? Talked to Sally and Jir?
Cheers, like, no. Sally's like, I'd remember something like that.
We've had our fair share of interesting adventures, haven't we?
Never faced down a gelatinous cube breathing anything. Cube at all.
We faced an army of undead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gross.
Took on a budding
So you see
archfey.
Maggie take out a journal, and it looks ancient. And he kind of opens it up and starts looking through it. He slides it over to you to look at.
Start looking.
Yeah, it's still his wonderful handwriting in the language, and I need you to roll a history with advantage.
Blackjack.
21, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Good shot.
Nice.
I'm sending these to you in a note,
Oh.
and you can share with the class if you want. Shit.
So what do you think Lord of Dread is going to do to Scav?
Brown chicken, brown cow.
Unspeakable evils.
There you go.
Sure, you
Eat
said-
that knowledge.
Apparently, no harm will come to Scav.
True, true. There'll be
You mean
unspeakable
physical, mental, or other?
No harm, which implies that he's not going to be emotionally or mentally scarred.
Whose version of harm are we using?
That's a very good point. There's gonna be some psychological damage for sure.
Maggie's like, or it could be really illuminating.
Well, cross that bridge when we get to it.
Or that bridge will cross you.
Nikolai?
Are those the years?
Tom just got news of something that he wasn't expecting. And you're just sitting there looking at Maggie's journal and
Okay, going full cat here. So it's in like the grandest of schemes. We're relatively new.
You're relatively new?
Because the only things that Mies can think of is either Weasel way older than we originally thought, or we thought y'all's way youngers.
Maggie's just eating quietly.
Are you...
I think he's speaking in cat right now.
You're speaking in cat right now? Oh, okay.
And that's what's all of you?
Yes. 404. Hats are not found.
Yeah, okay. Safe to say, seen some shit.
And you hear Mongo say that.
I'm not gonna ask if you don't want to talk about it.
He's like, and then Maggie speaks up. Oh, you're already learning how to deal with Victor. He just kind of laughs to himself a little bit. Not gonna ask if.
What's going on now?
Maggie reaches over and grabs his journal, closing it, putting it back in his pocket.
Would explain why that journal looks so damn old. He probably bought it new.
Bongo, you know, we can't help with anything if you don't share.
There's nothing to help with.
Okay.
It's just, I thought I knew the approximate timeline. Turns out things are just a...
Approximate timeline of
Dealing
what?
with some wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
Not quite, just started earlier, or way later than I originally estimated. That's all.
Mongo, do a Arcana and a Religion with me. And you, in your state of confusion, you have advantage on both because you're trying to hone in on God here.
Oh, Arcana and what was the other one? History? Religion?
Mm-hmm.
You can do it.
Oh, okay. $19 Arcana.
Mongo is facing an existential crisis right now.
A
You said
what?
Religion?
Existential crisis.
Existential?
Yes, religion.
14.
14. And Maggie just continues to eat, and he just looks at the sausage. He's like, this is really good.
got the battery low message for the first time in a while.
It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Just don't hear that very often out of these things.
Well, sure, whatever it is, it's something important, and we will not pry. But you know that we'll see, hear it, and listen to whatever it is you have to say, old man.
Maggie's like, oh, so you want to hear my escapades of the Bedley kind?
No, that's not it. At all. Even close.
And with that, I'm going to go back to work.
Yeah, I assume we're pretty well done eating.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, it feels really weird just having the right side in. Like, things actually sound different.
It's like
Weird.
it's like hearing your voice in your own head
Yeah,
echoing. Yeah.
but I don't get that on the left side.
Weird.
So, does anybody need help with anything?
Yeah, Gio's gonna make patrols.
I don't know how much help I can be with that, but I can certainly try.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Speaking of the devil, I just had the same exact notification myself.
First time ever, and my headset isn't giving me any trouble. What the hell?
Miracles do happen, children. Sometimes they're minor, sometimes they're large.
Cayenne, what are you gonna do? Sally is just still sitting there yomping away on food.
I think when she's not busy, I think Cayenne's gonna take a little time to learn about her culture.
You can talk to her over food. Most people do that.
although some of the people that are food are probably saying, no.
Please stop.
Yeah, I guess I'll, get up, take the dishes back, and then on my way to somewhere that would be a good meeting spot, gonna jump to the left,
Okay.
and then step to the right 4 times.
All right.
Gonna do a jig?
Put my hands on my hips.
What?
Bring my knees in tight. And do a pelvic thrust twice. Swivel the hips. Yes, I'm doing the fucking time warp to try to get the chronometer's attention.
I knew
I've had this page
exactly.
up for I don't know how long now.
I knew exactly what you were doing
Because
before
I
you
haven't had the
said it. I'm
necessity or
like,
the opportunity, and I'm fucking doing it.
I knew what he was doing as soon as he started. And I'm like, oh my god.
I just see what's going on over here, and it looks like fucking chaos, and I'm all for it.
You pause as you're falling after a chair, looking down over at what he's doing.
Oh, I'm talking about what he has pulled up.
Oh.
Yeah, that too, I guess.
And
Literally a wiki of how to.
do the time
Yes.
warp.
Tap G on the shoulder and motion to what's going on over there.
He turns around. Strange ritual, but it is his.
Leave him to it.
And you look back over, and you just see a Mongo-shaped cloud as he disappears.
It worked this time. Awesome.
And
Or that or Dust Devil just occurred.
Either way.
Plumtree's like, hums.
Oh, there you go.
What's busy?
Yeah, I
And he
assume
just-
so.
Disappears. This would be hilarious.
But
He
I-
walks out. He walks through a plane, and he comes through another one. Hours ago we were having a conversation. What was it?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize how fucking old my parents were.
How's that my? He walks through another one and comes back out another one. And then he meets up with himself, and they're talking about something briefly, and then they go their separate ways.
Of course.
Hurry up!
Yeah.
Time is fleeting.
Yeah, there it goes. And you see feet with a clock on it walk through a door.
So, I guess my question is, exactly how old are me and the siblings?
He opens up a big book and you can see like something in there and you can't really read it as he's looking through the pages. And he's like, you just see him muttering to himself. And it gets to that serious point where you see his hat resting against the book. And he changes the page.
Oh.
I'll be right back. And he leaves the book, and you just hear that hum 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 as the book page turns by itself.
He's reading in time delay.
He is such an interesting character.
I still think it would be amazing if Plumetree is Mongo's son. It'd be great.
He goes back out. Okay. And he gently pushes you, and you end up in his office in a chair. He reaches into a portal and he pulls out the note. He was like, puts that one back. Wasn't the one he was looking for. He opens his desk drawer and he moves over a hedgehog and takes the note out from underneath it. Oh, there it is. The notes can be little sticklers.
Oh, sometimes, yeah.
You're at the accurate age that you should be.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought.
Good. He's like, the place you're from, relatively speaking, the origin point of you. That's the confusing part, that you can't piece together, that you are boggling over. Clearly. And he motions to dozens of images of you all boggling the same question at different time periods.
Yeah.
The answer's
Kind of wave. Hi, guys.
They all wave back. And then they all look at each other and separated back into their own time periods. He's like, oh. He steps through a portal. A few moments pass. One of his other doors opens and he climbs out of it.
Absolute chaos. I love it.
He's like, simple. The place where you grew up is in its own contained bubble of time passage.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
So you got the answer, and you're standing back in the hall, or you step to the right.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's good to know.
That brings up even more questions.
Okay, so if the place that we're from, there's a bit of a time bubble, then the other siblings who weren't there, were they also in a time bubble? So then potentially some of us are the older siblings who are technically now the younger ones. Huh.
You get a sticky note stuck to your back between your shoulder blades. And you can't reach it no matter how hard you try. Now you need to go find a sibling to help you.
Mage paw.
You can't get it undone.
Oh, fuck, really?
You just hear the note.
Go over to whoever I can find first. Whether it be Maggie or Nikolai, because I think Scav's out wandering around.
You bump into Cayenne as she's still at the table.
Yeah, still.
Mm.
It's in that perfect spot where you just can't reach it, even though you're a cat.
Yeah,
God damn.
with Mage Paw. Still can't fucking get it.
Are you good?
Cheddar cheese.
Yeah, just walking up to Cayenne. What a place is right there.
I'll look at him.
You see a note stuck on his back where he can't reach.
I'll get the note for him.
I can't hear her. Let me try something.
Fix it. No.
Okay, one more time.
I get the note.
Okay, one more time.
I get the note.
Mother.
My curse has been lifted. Thank God.
But you put it on the guy that didn't need it.
Dobby is a free technical wizard. Dobby has sound now. Dobby can hear clearly.
Oh, let's just try that. And for a fourth time.
I get the note.
She got the note.
So, you take it, do you read it? It's kind of, you have to sit down for a moment when you read it and you realize the weight that Tree has carried in your tutoring in your life. He removed each of your siblings and brought them to the proper time period so that you wouldn't lose them.
Shit.
That he's directly responsible for all of the events on how they pulled it out because he didn't have a choice to move them to where they needed to be.
He saw how things needed to play out and then made sure certain kids were where they needed to be.
That he solely carried out that.
I wish you would share with the class.
I'm pretty sure he's about to share
It
with
happened 30 seconds ago. How about
Cayenne,
you hold your fucking horses?
Well, technically, it could have
Hey.
happened like.
Hey, Cayenne, you see how crushed Mongo looks over the snow.
You good?
I don't know. Fuck, at the risk of starting some inter-family drama, I think I know how and why. Fuck, what was her sister's name? Not Nevaeh.
Awesome.
Osling. I think I now know why Osling wound up exactly where she did. And Sunny and pretty much everyone.
No.
What do you mean?
Our parents are significantly older than we originally estimated. By
Roll a
centuries.
tinkering for me.
Oh, tinkering? Sorry, I didn't hear you. I didn't know you were talking to me.
Effective timeline wise, say we're living in not quite 6,000, but close.
You're 80.
Yeah.
But you can do the math of where it's at. How
Yeah.
close that.
When they first formed the Obscura was shortly after 1,000.
Years ago? 17.
Yeah, you're just happily working away.
Yeah,
on getting
have we working with?
things.
Yep.
Huh.
So that lovely little place that we grew up was... Time passes differently there, apparently.
Isn't that what Mother explained?
Significantly differently.
So what exactly does that mean? Like we're older than what we've thought?
Oh, yeah, apparently we're like 80-ish, respectively. But Osling, Sunny, and Millum.
No, you're technically the right age because of how time passed. You are still your exact same ages.
Yeah.
The way time passed.
But since timey-wimey gets a little... Flows a little differently for some. I mean, we're still, our respective ages. It's just... Say those born directly in Castile, if they were born about the same time we were, they'd, basically be old as hell.
Huh.
But you were always wondering how and why Osling wound up where she did. Plumtree moved the siblings.
Oh, I don't know how she's gonna feel about that.
When it comes to Plumtree, his time flow doesn't work like ours does. We always experience the days going by like 1, 2, 3, and so on. While his internal clock still kind of works like that, he kind of experiences time more of the 1, 3, 8, 12, 2, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, 12 part 2, part 3, part 4. It doesn't quite flow the same way. He can basically look ahead, get some spoilers, but also look into other if we made other choices, how those would play out. So he could see, yes, there's a troubled point, like certain siblings' youth, but he can look ahead to make sure that, one, that they'd be able to make it through, and two, be able to be where they need to be to make the decisions that they need to.
Huh.
And suddenly the quiet between you guys is broken as a watermelon explodes in Sally's mouth from being crunched on.
I'm starting to believe that that's your favorite snack.
She looks over. don't get many of them. Enjoy them while I can.
I have a feeling like Cayenne's about to start a melon patch in her domain.
And she picks
You
up a
think-
coconut
you-
and just puts it in her
It's
mouth
funny.
and crunches
It's funny that you think that there wouldn't already be some there. Same
Yeah, she just
with Granny
Eats
Smith
this coconut
apples.
like it's an almond.
it. The sheer jaw strength.
They're not even like jawbreakers to her.
It's like biting a grape.
No, it's like chewing through an almond.
The husk of a coconut is just the candy shell.
Yeah.
M&M for her.
An Altoid.
But you're getting this information, Cayenne, on
What I want to learn
Hmm.
is basically gonna ask Sally what her favorite creature has been that she's seen in her work. And I'm going to ask her about her culture. Basically, say that I find her tradition with her armor very interesting.
how's Mongo doing right now? Is he sitting there a little shooketh?
But yeah.
The massive information about how much Plume Tree has actually been involved in his life. Sally looks over, and while she's not the most verbose in words, she's like, I was greeted once by a tiny little creature with beautiful wings. It landed on me. We relaxed a moment and it went about its way. You knew a nature, Cayenne.
A little creature with beautiful wings. That doesn't really say much. That was a 23.
You think about it for a moment and you realize that it was more than likely a butterfly that just landed on her. Because she's just so massive and still all the time. A butterfly just like,
Could you imagine if basically the Mothra equivalent of a moth? Actually,
Yeah.
hold up.
Are you going to go find the other siblings and let them know or talk about it on the ride?
Might talk about it on the ride.
Yeah.
But right now, the biggest question, and he's gonna write it on the post-it note. Why?
You get a response back. And it's just one word. Well, it's not one word, it's one phrase. Important for the future.
For what?
Important for the future.
Ooze.
You don't get a response.
Have an idea.
But it kind of drags you back to what your father said, is that you guys are now important to carrying out things. And Jir is walking with you, just taking the patrol around the outskirts of the temple. Yeah, you're a resilient little egg. Scrambled, put back together in the yolk,
perhaps glued back together in your shell.
I had my fair share of adventures. Quite a
call
few
him Humpty Dumpty.
spills.
Yeah,
You've heard the stories we've told, things we've been through. Haven't held anything back so far.
yeah. Your head is hard like stone.
Well, I suppose. The number of beatings it's taken for sure.
It sounds like you are well adept at taking beating. You're like old Rug. On pole, you beat until all dust comes out.
I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
Good. It's Tyr's words.
I do what I can to keep my family safe. But unfortunately, it's blinded me to some of the more important things in life.
Roll your godliness there.
That's an 18.
Your holiness.
Sometimes that means standing in the way and getting hurt so that they don't.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to step aside and watch an enemy go off a cliff, and then laugh in their general direction as they plummet to their death.
Roadrunner can attest to that.
I think that I can probably safely speak for the rest of the family here that I think that you and Sally have potential of being great friends and allies.
Yeah. You and Sally, we're expendable. We always have been.
I don't think so.
It is good to know that we have a place in your heart. And that it's not overcrowded with regret.
Perhaps when we get to where we need to do and what we're doing, what's all said and done, perhaps you may like to join us further.
Jir could use a vacation. Jir is tired old bird.
Seal could use incredible allies like you and Sally.
What is a Casil?
The land we're from.
Ah. Interesting.
Cayenne, you okay over there, Cayenne?
I thought we were supposed to be incognito about that.
Well, Jir already knows, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, he went on a huge tangent about it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jir already... Sally doesn't, but she may kind of know now because you guys were, like, talking openly next to her.
But it doesn't seem like Sally cares.
Yeah, it doesn't seem she cares.
I kind of have a plan for Sally, but that would be a later on thing if things go the way I'm hoping they do.
You reach over, Cayenne, and you take one of the sausages very carefully from the few that remain on the massive platter. And you set it in front of you, and you look over Mongo. And you see Cayenne get in her pouch, and she takes out a few earth pieces, and she takes out some leaves and a few feathers. And she kind of starts to do this kind of ritual in front of you you've never seen. And you're just guided by your sheer ability, not what you know as a memory or anything like that. You're just doing this as it comes naturally to you. And you see the pieces start to change, and you're familiar with this from conjuration and transmutation. And it warps and distorts, and you just see, almost in a flash, as Cayenne puts her hand into this, and you see this giant, beautiful moth that she's holding. And you've never seen
object's taken into a living creature.
Yeah, he has. With Sunny. With the rabbit.
Well, Sunny is special.
And that rabbit is fat and happy. Pete is very happy.
That's a new trick.
Just felt like I was doing something right.
But you are tired from it.
I could nap right here, though.
Take a look at that moth.
You look at it,
Dog
By all-
standard moth.
By all accounts, it's a beautiful moth.
And yes, it does make the squeak noises.
Those kind of raised the question from Mongo. It's like, was there moth in the sausage? Because that's an old saying that you don't ask how the sausage gets made.
Cayenne, you know from eating some of the sausage, it was pork.
The sausage was definitely pork. I'm a druid. I would know.
Just felt the universe needed another moth. I'm not going to complain.
I mean,
Sally-
after all, you're a god.
Sally just picks up another coconut and eats it.
They are nuts, so
I'm going
she
to
is eating them properly.
get the moth to fly over to Sally.
As the moth flutters up, you watch it, and you look over at Sally, and it's like watching a pure carnivore hone in on something. And then she just pauses for a moment, almost like a crocodile waiting for its prey to just come closer. Or a snapping turtle.
Yeah.
And she reaches up very slowly, and the moth lands on her massive hand. And you're almost waiting for the inevitable doom of this poor moth. And Sally just kind of opens her mouth and says something. Friend.
Yay. I am happy now.
You eventually get to back to camp with Tyr, and you look over and at where the outer camp is for her and Tyr, and you see Sally sitting there with this massive, beautiful moth. It's small to her, but like anybody else, it's big. And she's just sitting there like this and not moving, just like a statue.
Looks like Sally has made a new friend, Jir.
Ah, look at that.
Well,
I still don't know how she can be so still.
It's a reptile thing.
technically, first, Cayenne made
He looks over at you.
friends.
You are lizard, but you are jiggly like soft cheese.
Just see when I'm focused. I don't move much either. A lot of us don't when we're focused.
It takes a lot of concentration to keep him still.
Even unconscious, you still move more than normal lizard.
She's a very big one, but also she's more of a predator. It's kind of scary.
She is good. Thick like tree.
Thick like tree. That's a good explanation. I was gonna say like giant wine barrel.
I've only seen a tree in a picture. I've never seen one in person.
I'm sure if you ask nicely, Cayenne could probably show you many incredible trees.
That would crush Cayenne's soul so much. He's only seen the palm trees that are scattered throughout the trial.
There are some incredible trees out there. Some of them no smaller than a weed, and some of them taller than mountains.
And you guys eventually all get together and convene together and Cayenne, do a perception for me. Actually, all of you can.
Okay.
Yay, I no longer have negative 10.
Got a 16.
16.
I thought it was a 1, it's a 7.
15.
13.
Okay, I rolled 7 so...
Lucky number 11.
Hi, Keys. What you doing, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
If you come here, I
Yeah.
can use you.
3 lucky 7s, I guess.
So Cayenne, as you're getting ready to, you guys are preparing to leave. Sally comes to you with the beautiful moth, and she looks down at you. I have a simple request, as I know no others.
Oh. Yeah, what is it?
She holds out the moth to you. Take friend to safety.
I can do that. Is that what you would like to name friend?
You can see the 404 message plainly on Sally's face.
How does the name Atlas sound for your friend?
Still, the 404 stands. Sally is very simple in the way she functions.
I'll make sure that friend goes to a safe place.
She nods gently.
And the Atlas moth will be in my realm.
I gather that's where it's going.
Oh yeah.
And you guys watch as Sally starts to head towards the front to starting to prep. And those that rolled high enough, you can see that and on her actual armor, she's carved a very delicate, for Sally's size, it's not very delicate to anyone else. It's rough to you. It's especially rough to anybody that is an artisan. But the rough shape of the moth onto her armor.
That makes me happy. That's actually really cute. A moth and a kaiju.
And everything is bundled up, and you've gotten some more of your reach magic put back together.
Okay.
It's functional,
Okay.
but wouldn't recommend taking it into combat. And Gier takes the lead with Sally and the new horse. And the horse just kind of sidesteps a little bit away from Sally as she walks by, scared of her presence.
I'm gonna try to let the horse know that Sally is not a threat.
You more or less get from the horse, fuck no.
Have you been punched by her?
I mean, you can speak with animals and ask the horse what happened.
What happened?
That thing rendered me unconscious.
That was so you could be with us instead of the others. I guess she
Why did
thought.
they not ask?
I guess she thought it would be best so that you would not be frightened of how she looks.
To fucking kaiju walking around.
Carrying a horse. Unconscious horse.
I think the horse could carry her. Imagine how big an animal would have to be to carry her.
We saw one.
She truly did not mean any harm by it. She didn't want you to get scared, get lost in the desert, and possibly have to deal with a worse fate.
I will trust your words on this. And as you guys saddle up, Jer moves to the backside of the cart to keep guard, and Sally takes the front ahead of the horse.
Say goodbye to Maggie and Pot.
They say their goodbyes, and Maggie gives each of you a hug.
I would have given Maggie a kiss on the cheek, same with Thought.
Give
Mind both of them if
salutations.
they need anything, let us know.
Don't forget to eat and take care of yourself, Bot.
Fought will be fought. I can't be scabbard. Too much trauma in the heads.
Give him a hug. Take care, old friend.
Cayenne, do a religion.
21.
Holy shit. Just coming in here like a wrecking ball.
Fuck, apparently.
As you start heading away from the family members, you look back at Fought and you kind of try to glean what the others saw, and you instantly see that translucent veil fade away. There's a halo above Fought and no strings attached to him, but from the tip of his head all the way down to his toes, you can see every scar of the resurrections he's done. Dozens of them across his entire body.
I'm gonna try to find a way to fix that.
It's every cleric and paladin that carry that.
Before leaving, actually, Nicola would want to say goodbye to Ewan again. And, basically, hope that her daughter appreciates the trinket and hopes to hear from her soon. Hopefully, we won't be back in such an emergency situation again.
We really didn't pay attention to it. It's not our business.
I appreciate what assistance you have rendered.
Nods a little bit and wishes you a well travel. And you guys head off from the camp and make way, and let me roll some dice real quick. Yeah. And we will find out where you end up next session as we bring this one to a close.
In the belly of another beast.
I'm gonna guess there's sand involved.
Yeah, lots of sand.
So, we will start with you, Mongo. What's your moments from the night, Tom?
Oh. I haven't gotten to talk to Plume Tree for a while. That's always fun.
Dude, swinging into Plume Tree is a task of monumental energy.
Getting to hang out with Sally and Jer and just kind of making drinks. That's always fun. Got a new spell too.
Yeah.
Still got to spend some time to look at that one. Oh, got to play catch with the old man. And find out he's a really old man. But yeah. Gonna have to find a way to tell the other siblings
Maybe I'll tell them on the trip.
Yeah, also like Sunny and them too.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, remember all that shit you had to deal with? By the way, that was the guy who taught me. He put you there on purpose. Because apparently there's big reason for that. So, hopefully the suffering wasn't that bad.
Well, it made them who they are. So sometimes you have to be forged in the crucible of fire.
Yeah.
Fortunately, this crucible of fire sucked.
Yeah.
Especially for Sunny and Austin. Milton had it pretty good, actually. She
Millen fucking
died.
died,
She died.
but she did die probably doing what she loved, and it's blowing shit up. Or trying to figure out how to blow shit up. But yeah, Sunny, I'm fucking worried about.
It's going to be an interesting conversation because one of those siblings can just basically create and decreate whatever they want, and the other one is a god.
Yeah.
What about you over there?
Victor.
Your pen pal. He missed you.
Sounds more than a pen pal.
whole endeavor. The revelations. No. That's that, but also spending time with the family, doing little things here and there, having those heart-to-heart moments. Doing something for Mongo, for Nikolai, and for Cayenne. Getting to connect with Maggie and speaking with Fat. Meeting Sally for the first time. And then spending more time with Jir. All great moments.
Sally is just very straightforward. Cayenne, you will be able to learn more about her culture on. I didn't miss that. You will be able to learn more about her culture.
Okay.
She just loved the moth so much that a little distracted.
That's okay. I figured
What
that
about-
would probably happen.
Oh yeah. What about you, Nate?
It was kind of cool when Sally just went off and got a cart and horse. That was pretty nuts.
Don't ask, don't tell. She got results done.
She got a cart, horses, and
Horse.
yeah, a horse, a cart, and apparently
Ingredients.
ingredients to make a drink.
To make a real Bloody Mary. The revelation about getting that reliquary, that's nice. Or phylactery.
Sally is the calm and the storm.
Ain't that the truth?
Yeah. That reliquary is going to
Phylactery.
The
that
thingy.
was a curveball for all of you.
It's interesting.
Yes,
that
it
he
was.
can't- That there's nothing that the Dreadlord can do about it in their own room. It's crazy.
That would be a really interesting way to fuck with the god, though.
Just put something there they can't get rid of.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? Fuck you. Here
Fuck
you go. Now that's your problem.
No, it's your problem. And it's pretty safe because you can't do nothing about it.
It's just there. He can kill all the people guarding it.
And a necromancer can just send them back.
What about you, Jesse?
Well, first and foremost, having that conversation with Victor. I'm gonna be skipping around a lot. I'm gonna be going out
That's
of
fine.
order.
There's no need for an order.
That meeting with Victor, the fact that I was not allowed to go to that meeting alone without the Lady of Crows, the fact that
Oh,
they
it-
stared daggers at each other, I was able to get very useful trinkets for everybody.
Yeah, that trinket's really cool.
Yeah.
Meeting Sally.
Told you were gonna love her.
Oh yeah. I imagine like for some reason when I was thinking about what she looked like, because you mentioned like she's like this crocodilian world ender hybrid kaiju lizard folk. The only thing I could think of was a scale pattern akin to Godzilla, but not Godzilla. Just more obsidian like.
Yeah. One of the things that got
You okay?
yeah, I just got a message. So one of the things that last session we talked about that was kind of like a bit more that everybody kind of was thinking about, and Tom's like the first one that jumped to it, is the kaijus from Pacific Rim, most notably the one from the beginning that was really sleek,
Mm-hmm.
mixed with like Godzilla.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
But anybody's interpretation is fine. I just know that her head is more like the classic T-Rex style from Jurassic Park 1.
Yeah.
She's just got this massive fucking yomper of a mouth that you do not want to be anywhere near.
No.
But she's not curvy. She is stocky and she will stomp someone with those kaiju leggies.
Stomp, stomp.
She is a big, thick muscle lizard mommy.
So when you first described her from the last session, the immediate thought that I got was, oh, she's like a really fucking big Komodo dragon. But then when you started explaining more, it's like, oh no, this is like a mini Godzilla.
Yeah, she's her. So she's about 11, 12 feet tall, and her shoulder width is like it's almost as wide as a fucking.
What was that show? Godzilla and Suki or something like that?
Her weight with armor is teetering over 1K.
I would imagine so.
So you ain't going to move her. You're gonna have to cut through a tree.
Like Nikolai said, immovable stoicism.
But other
carry on.
things, being able to go out and roam in the desert to relax while Sally and Jir were performing their own rituals. Seeing that moth was really nice. The meeting with Victor itself was hilarious to me.
That moth is actually carnivorous.
Really?
Making me happy. I do love Atlas Moth though.
That moth is amazing, and it made Sally happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just creating a moth from food and random things.
Didn't have that one on your bingo card.
Nope.
I didn't have it on mine.
There's a lot of stuff I don't think were on anybody's bingo card tonight.
Mm-mm.
Well, except maybe
Oh,
Mongo makes
and
it in.
the biggest one of the session, I think. The deal that was struck.
Yeah. Cayenne, realizing that she gets to make deals on mortal souls.
It feels wrong. It does not give it does not give the Cayenne warm and fuzzy feelings in her stomach.
I don't think it would.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. I know. For me, I just love Jer and Sally. They're just two opposites of each other as far as energy levels go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jer is a very lively old character, and Sally is just this moving mountain that is calm all the time until she kills something.
Even then, she's probably still pretty calm.
And just the lore drops and the revealing of curtains being moved to show things that are going on. Why is Scav being stalked by Victor? Well, now we know.
Just some weird fucking kobold fetish he has, apparently.
It's a cuddle buddy.
That one, that's a fun one. It's like, the lots of little things. The ingenuity of the family. You meeting up with the head researcher and saying goodbye to her, that was really cool to me. Just the bringing back Plume Tree for a little bit.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. I feel like a goddamn pinball ball going from Cheer to Sally to Plume Tree to fucking Maggie. Maggie's like right here in the neutral middle because he's just old and retired. Like, he's not very spry anymore. Having Cayenne back at the table and her interactions with nature are always great.
Yeah.
Getting fought to take a day off. That was great.
Yes.
It
Hey,
only
Cayenne.
literally took an act of a god.
It only took an act of a god.
The sheer confusion of thought during that moment is like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Baby,
God told me to relax.
I
so
don't say these
Sally.
words lightly. Save me.
Yeah, that was great.
Yep. That was the first time Cayenne met Sally was Spot
Yep.
saying, "Save me."
yeah. And Cayenne's like, yeah, right.
It's like,
You're in a tower of armor. How am I going to save you? So, we could carry on all night about things. Let's go ahead and...
Sally's reaction to being cleaned by prestidigitation.
She doesn't really understand magic. So, we will call it here for the night. We'll be back next week for next week's session and see where this picks up. Family has lots of questions and things to reveal to each other. Say goodnight.
Good night, everybody.
Good
Like,
night.
comment, subscribe, join our Discord, and share us with the world.